My name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Breaking earnings news. P&G, Boeing, Qualcomm, Ford. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Trade negotiations with China set to resume this morning. Join us now from Stockholm, U.S. Trade Rep Jamieson Greer. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for joining us this morning.
Of course. Great to be here again. How are you?
Great. Do you want to look backwards or forward? We definitely want to talk about China, but we just had our own discussion about whether the Japan deal, the EU deal, whether they were net positives for both countries, net negatives, whether someone wins, someone loses, do consumers lose? Is it a good thing for the country, in your view? I mean, that's obviously you think it is, but tell us why.
It's an amazing thing for our country. For 70 years, we followed a trade policy that maybe at a certain time made sense, but ultimately the net result was other countries had higher tariffs and non-tariff barriers on the United States. We had a very open economy, and a lot of it resulted in offshoring of manufacturing and jobs to other countries. President Trump is now reversing that through these deals. We're essentially reaching settlements with countries that are good for them and good for us, where we get to keep some level of tariff on the country, but we also open their markets to our exports. And this is how you get rid of trade deficits. It's how you create a manufacturing boom. So these are obviously huge net positives for America and American workers.
Go into some of the devil in the details for the EU deal. Is everyone going to be driving an American car now, and they're going to get rid of all the Mercedes and Porsches and Audis?
Correct. Every single European will be driving an American vehicle. But they are going to be reducing their tariffs. They're going to be accepting aspects of American auto standards. They're going to be reducing their tariffs on all industrial goods shipped by the U.S. So think chemicals, medical devices, et cetera. They're going to be reducing their tariffs on a number of agricultural goods that we make here in America. And we'll be able to have a 15% tariff on the EU. And this is important because we have a $235 billion trade deficit with the EU. President von der Leyen of the European Union, she was very straightforward. She said this deal was about trying to reach balance. They acknowledged the legitimacy of the American challenge that we face as America with our trade deficit. But now we're just on a great footing to have a really good partnership with the EU, following on the heels of the big NATO win from the president a few weeks ago. This positions us to take our relationship with the EU forward in a new and a better way.
Ambassador, I want to read you the Wall Street Journal's op-ed page this morning. This is their critique of the deal. They say the deal doesn't appear to address America's biggest commercial grievances with Europe, such as digital taxes, punitive regulation against U.S. tech firms, and such faux food safety rules as GMO restrictions and bans on hormones related to U.S. beef, nor does it require Europeans to pay more for drugs, one of Mr. Trump's longstanding complaints. It goes on to say that the spending that Europe's going to be enacting here in the U.S. was effectively going to happen anyway. What do you make of all of that?
So the spending was not going to happen anyway. We looked at the numbers together with our European colleagues, and they invest around, their numbers around 100 billion per year. They're going to essentially double or even triple that per year over the next part of the president's term. In terms of the LNG purchases, they buy about 80 billion a year. They're going to crank that up, that and other energy purchases to about 250 billion a year. So it's obviously more and better. That's just, those are numbers, that's math. With respect to trade barriers, I mean, there are always going to be challenges with other countries, but the EU has said that they're going to work with us on things like, mutual recognition of telecommunication standards, cybersecurity, so that our networks and network equipment can talk to each other. They're going to streamline processes for certifications for pork and for dairy. So there is a lot of technical detail in here, including some of those what we call non-tariff barriers, and that is what we're looking at, right? Standards for autos, these kinds of things. Making sure that aren't network usage fees, and that's something that some of our digital folks care a lot about. So we do cover quite a bit of ground in this agreement, and we expect it's going to have a great impact on reducing our deficit and frankly increasing U.S. exports to the European Union.
Ambassador Greer, there still are a few questions just about the details. I know you all are still working some of these things out, but is it clear that there will be no additional tariffs beyond 15%, including things like pharmaceuticals and others down the road?
So for example, it's 15% across the board. With respect to steel, however, that's something where we want to keep working with the European Union. It's very important to the president that other countries make sure that they protect their steel markets and solve the overcapacity issues or imports from third countries that come and displace their steel. So there are certain sectors like that where we need to have further discussions with them. We know the Europeans want to have some kind of an outcome there. Joe mentioned a few other issues of digital services taxes, et cetera. We've been very clear with the Europeans that we want to see those removed as well. So there are certainly areas to keep working on in different sectors.
We have been with you every step of the way. The administration, I guess, with what's happening with China, it looked like things were going well. Then it looked like, both sides were accusing the other side of not following through on the initial framework. And then Treasury Secretary Bessent said it seems like things had turned for the better. Where do we stand right now? It's kind of a saga that we're on. Are we entering the latest round in a good position? Should we expect positive surprises, Mr. Ambassador?
Well, I would say, first of all, the U.S. is in an incredible position. We've spent the past 3 months trying to reorder global trade to make sure we can get rid of these systemic imbalances that have persisted. We now have deals with the EU, Japan, and a number of partners. So we come into these negotiations with a strong hand. Our discussions with the Chinese are always cordial and constructive. This is the third round in the past 3 months. So just the fact that we're talking and we want to move forward in a positive way is its own good sign. I don't expect some kind of enormous breakthrough today. What I expect is continued monitoring and checking in on the implementation of our agreement thus far, making sure that key critical minerals are flowing between the parties and setting the groundwork for enhanced trade and balanced trade going forward.
When are we going to hear about a meeting between President Xi and President Trump? Are there things happening behind the scenes that we don't know about? What can you tell us?
I mean, listen, these things, there's certainly interest on both sides for the leaders to meet. They have a good relationship. They communicate with some relative frequency, and there have been discussions of having a meeting in the near future. I don't know where that'll be or specific dates, but that's certainly something that's on the agenda of both sides. We
were surprised that both the EU and Japan, the deal was done before India. Can you update us on what's happening? Are there sticking points? Is that
order filled?
For a while.
Order submitted.
We got to figure out a new word for maybe not use imminent.
Yeah, you could go back and find clips of me saying we're about to have a deal with India. I mean, I think the thing to understand with India is their trade policy for a very long time has been premised on strongly protecting their domestic market. That's just how they do business over there. And the president is in a mode of wanting deals that substantially open other markets, that they open everything or near everything. So we continue to speak with our Indian counterparts. We've always had very constructive discussions with them. They have expressed strong interest in opening portions of their market. We of course are willing to continue talking to them, but I think that we need some more negotiations on that end with our Indian friends to see how ambitious they want to be.
With Japan and the EU now done and other countries, do you expect, and
Order
August 1st is coming,
filled.
do you expect things to start happening even more quickly? Is there could you see other countries saying, wow, we've got to get this done. We don't want to be glaringly one of the countries that has not gotten a deal yet. That probably wouldn't make the president happy, and I guess that must be a consideration. No.
There are a lot of these countries that feel a lot of pressure from their home political situation, and every day I'm in conversations with many of these trade ministers, and many of them are being very ambitious in terms of taking down tariffs and non-tariff barriers. Others less so. For me, of course, I work for President Trump, and President Trump, he's more interested in having a good deal rather than a quick deal. So in some of these instances, we will wait and see. We'll see how ambitious countries want to be. We don't feel a necessary urgency for deals. We like to have deals. We want to have something that can help restructure trade, but we've all heard the president repeatedly say that he's happy with the tariff. He's happy to just send a letter and set a tariff as opposed to having a deal. So there are plenty of countries who are interested, and we review these options with the president all the time, and he's really weighing what's going to be the best way to get at this deficit and to instigate reshoring. Will it just be a flat tariff, or will it be some other kind of arrangement? So you could have more deals, but again, it's not something that we don't feel under pressure to have more deals. I'll put it that way.
You probably stay in your lane, and maybe somebody else, maybe the Treasury Secretary would be a better person to ask, but there has been a real lack of the negative predictions. We haven't seen a lot of these things come true on either hurting the consumer, the economy, growth, or inflation. Is it coming? Is it right around the bend, or do you in the administration, do you all look at each other and say it's not coming at this point? We can breathe.
Well, within the administration, we have always had a sense that we could execute this plan with not only minimal negative impact, but really a positive impact on the economy. Remember, in the first term, we put significant tariffs on China, and inflation went down, and unemployment went down, and real median household income went up. So we know that you can do tariffs in a way that makes sense, and that's what we've been doing. We've had tariffs in place now for several months, and we've been hearing from the haters over and over, well, it's coming, it's on its way, we're not seeing it yet. And I don't know how long they're going to be saying it. We watch this, of course. We watch it every single day. We want to make sure that the economy is really humming and that manufacturing starts to boom. But I think that we've seen the market bake in a lot of these tariffs and tariff expectations, and we're seeing supply chains start to shift in a way that's good for America and American workers, and we expect that to continue.
You watch inflation readings, potential for inflation readings every day. What would happen if it did pick up? What's the response?
Well, first of all, I would say I would be surprised, again, because we've had tariffs in place for so many months now. It would be somewhat odd for it to suddenly have an increase like that. The reality is we talked to the president about the economic indicators, whether it's employment, jobs, inflation, et cetera, the market, of course. So if there was some kind of negative indicator, we would talk about it and talk about what to do. We don't expect that to happen, though. All the evidence we've had so far has been positive.
I like all those flags, Mr. Ambassador. Awesome. Could use more here. You have a nice one behind you. A lot of times. But thank you. Thank you for quickly responding and coming on this morning. It was good to have you on, Mr. Ambassador. Thanks.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Okay.
There's a truck in the way right now.
Yeah, there's a truck in the way of your flag.
Beat it. Anyway, when we come back, a crypto bull is going to tell us why Bitcoin will be a major winner in this economy. Squawk Box will be right back.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? Financing the aluminum giant building better homes? Mizuho was there. The merger of two logistics titans? Also us. Anywhere an industrials company needs a corporate and investment bank, we're there. Mizuho Americas.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Oh,
I hate these things.
yeah, sometimes you just want a human.
Can we get a human over here?
That's one of the great things about Consumer Cellular. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service is also 100% human. You don't have to, you don't have to talk to a bunch of robots, just humans in America.
Robots are the worst.
Yeah, I think it's mad at us.
For those 50 and up, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each with Consumer Cellular.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus. Now.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend, designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. Gatorade. Is it in you? Peekaboo.
Dedication isn't born in the light of day. It's carved in the quiet hours before the world blinks awake. At Boar's Head, we rise with a mission to deliver craftsmanship worthy of your table. A slice of something special, folded into every moment worth savoring. A promise kept with every new day. Boar's Head, committed to craft since 1905.
Check out Bitcoin in the crypto markets right now. Joining us, Anthony Pompliano, founder and CEO of Professional Capital Management. Each week, there's more data points that seem to indicate just increasing adoption of not just Bitcoin, but I mean, Ether, Ethereum suddenly has gotten a lot of attention as well. Is it made up some of the underperformance in recent months at this point?
Well, look, I think that Bitcoin has established itself as the king of the market. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. And I actually think most of Wall Street's time and attention is on Bitcoin. There are other assets that from time to time start to get some capital flows. But if you look, things like Ethereum, Solana, et cetera, they still haven't set in new all-time highs this summer. And so I think that Bitcoin has kind of broken away. Doesn't mean that some of these other assets maybe in the future can't do that, but Bitcoin definitely continues to dominate the market, both in terms of actual dominance of market cap, but also I think just capital flows and time and attention.
We've been having a lot of people on to talk about stable coins.
Yeah, well, the nice thing about stable coins is they don't go anywhere other than stay at $1. So, they can grow in market cap size in terms of how many people are using them, but I don't think people really use stable coins as a comparison to Bitcoin or altcoins where they're looking to try to drive some sort of financial performance.
What type of, I hesitate to call it derivatives, but there's a lot of different Bitcoin-based products coming out at this point. What do you think has staying power?
Yeah, well, if you really just look at what's happened over the last 5 to 7 years, is Bitcoin essentially went from a contrarian trade to a consensus trade. Everyone now, for the most part, is convinced that this thing is going to be around for a long time. And now what you see is Wall Street, who really was kind of ignoring it or trying to stiff-arm Bitcoin, has now said, wait a second, let's open up the doors and let's embrace this thing because they figured out how to make money. And so you're seeing Bitcoin put into the Wall Street wrappers. First, you saw it with the ETFs. Now you're seeing it with public companies. You also have heard people announce things like Bitcoin and real estate funds. I think you're going to continue to see Wall Street take Bitcoin and put it in every single corner of the traditional financial system, because ultimately Bitcoin brings volatility. Bitcoin brings financial return in a way that they're not used to seeing. And so I think that Bitcoin is something that is going to bring more customers, more assets, and more profits for these Wall Street institutions. And that's their job, is to go figure out how to grow their business, and Bitcoin can help them do that.
I mean, how many strategy, and it used to be MicroStrategy, but how many treasury officials at different companies are thinking about somehow not doing exactly what strategy, but putting Bitcoin into the treasury? Is that...
Yeah, well, look, I think the bigger conversation here is there should be way more pressure on the public company CEOs who are leaving a very large portion of their economic value for their shareholders in dollars. The U.S. dollar has lost 30% of its purchasing power in the last 5 years or so, since 2020. The S&P 500 denominated in Bitcoin is down 85% since 2020. Bitcoin is a much better store of value than U.S. dollars.
I guess people would say, are you out of your, people that don't believe in the whole story of crypto and Bitcoin?
Well, the Bitcoin...
I don't want my company speculating on, and as a shareholder, they would be, petrified to have a large stake in Bitcoin.
From a Bitcoiner's perspective, we think that they are speculating on the U.S. dollar's ability to store value. And so there is two things that have happened over the last 15 years. As Bitcoin has increased the purchasing power of the people and the companies who hold it, the U.S. dollar has destroyed that purchasing power. And so again, it goes back to the fact that if you are running a company and you have shareholders and your job is to protect the economic value of that business, are you better off holding dollars for the next 10 years or putting it in Bitcoin? And I think what you're seeing is that this idea of storing corporate assets in Bitcoin, again, that is now a contrarian trade. I think it will become a consensus trade over time.
What are you going to do with your blank check thing, your ProCap thing? You looking around?
So we have two different deals. We obviously have the SPAC, the ProCap Acquisition Corp. We're looking to buy a profitable company.
Like what?
In the financial services sector. We think that there's a really big opportunity to go buy a great business that's profitable, that's growing quickly, that we can then use social media distribution to significantly enhance the business. And there's a lot of great companies that are out there, and we're going to go try to find one of those and figure out if we can do a great deal.
Is that what you're spending all your time on right now?
Well, look, I run an investment firm that's got, a team. We do a lot of deals. We do things in the private market. We do things in the public market. We incubated businesses. We're trying to build a firm that understands kind of this intersection of the digital world, or the internet native world, and traditional finance. And so far, we've been able to put together a couple of deals that I think are pretty interesting, and we'll see how it goes.
What's the next big thing to move Bitcoin higher, what do you think? Because it seems like you've gotten everything you wanted, haven't you, at this point?
Oh, there's still a lot more that we're looking for. I think there's really three things that people are kind of paying attention to. The first is the United States government at some point is going to announce that they're buying Bitcoin. Creating the initial Bitcoin kind of strategic reserve and sitting the Bitcoin that we already had there was good, but that's kind of the, not the main dish. The main dish is when they start buying, and I think that will happen at some point. The second thing I think you're going to see is you're going to see some of the last standing people on Wall Street capitulate. And so there's a couple of firms that continue to say, hey, we think that this is speculative. We think this isn't good enough for our clients. I think that they'll kind of eventually give up and wave the white flag.
And then finally, Andrew Ross Sorkin decides that.
I think Andrew Ross Sorkin understands Bitcoin.
The very last.
Not the last one. No, I think that, look, there's a lot of folks who rightfully so historically have been, I think one time you and I talked in public, and I said, I put you in the category of you were cautiously optimistic.
I've been cautiously optimistic the whole time.
And I think that's a very fair position to take. But now I do think that it's transitioning.
You've been optimistic about Bitcoin the whole time.
Cautiously.
Go back and find the tape. 2012 and 13.
I can go back 2 years ago when it got down to 27,000. You were saying it's not a store of value. You've been saying it's not a store of value the entire ride up.
But that's a difference than whether it's a good trade.
Oh.
Go back and look at the tapes with the Winklevi twins.
I was here.
Coming on this show.
I was here.
2012-13. Go look.
Never really been.
What'd you say? You said go look. Just go look. You can go find the tapes.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Thank you, Anthony. Fox, coming right back.
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life,
We got you.
get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. ServPro, like it never even happened.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and job experience. Why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond.
No application fee if you apply by September 3rd at umgc.edu.
Up on Squawk Box in just a moment. We're taking a look at Charter Communications right now, losing more internet subscribers. The stock getting punished on Friday. We'll talk to an analyst that wrote a new note on that stock. We're coming back after this.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. But you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
QX80, you are cleared for takeoff.
Why go commercial when you can have all the comforts of private? The all-new Infiniti QX80. Drive home summer's best offer. Get 0% APR on the 2025 Infiniti QX80, only for a limited time.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Make money moves with Dave. Scan the QR code to get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less. No interest, credit check, or late fees. And access cash instantly when you transfer to Dave Checking. Download the Dave app today.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
It's about political points.
Tell me what's your flavor.
Here's a taste of H-E-B Creamy Creations Mexican Hot Chocolate. One of over 40 unique ice cream flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
Tell me what's your flavor.
Good times are road trips with friends. The best of times are road trips with friends who feed you McDonald's fries.
Showtime! Save big this summer with a bundle that has something for everyone.
Here we go, boys.
The Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus bundle.
Isn't this awesome?
Get it all for less with plans starting at just $16.99 a month.
Skeptical. Charter Communications shares fell more than 18% on Friday after reporting it lost more internet customers than expected in the second quarter. Join us now with more on the sector. Jessica Ehrlich, Bank of America Securities Senior U.S. Media and Entertainment Analyst. She has a new note out on Charter collateral damage. Comcast had a pretty rough session on Friday as well. What's happening, Jessica? Can you tell us?
Sure. Good morning. It's a very competitive and a mature market. So cable, which had been gaining share for more than a decade, is now just it's in a very difficult environment.
Yeah. How does it play out in the future? That was a pretty big move that we saw, obviously, on Charter. Is Charter getting the worst end of things, or do you expect the entire industry to have similar headwinds?
Yeah, no, this is an industry dynamic. You can see last week the telcos reported they gained share. Many of them have, especially T-Mobile, have a fixed wireless offering that's less expensive, and for consumers that are a little bit challenged, that may be an easier way to go. Cable has a very good product. They're coming back. They're offering price guarantees, which could pressure ARPU as we go forward. But from maybe a more positive perspective, Charter's been really innovative on the video side with streaming offerings basically for free. So if you're a Spectrum customer, Charter Spectrum customer, you're getting close to $100 in value for getting Peacock, Max, Paramount Plus, Disney Plus, etc. for free with your subscription. And that actually should result ultimately in more stable video subscribers. It's also really good for the programmers.
Jessica, we just looked at the stock chart. We're still looking at it of Charter. It was down 20% last week. Can you tell people that that's a buying opportunity or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's not. Look, it's not the challenges aren't going away. Second half will be difficult, but it's not an expensive stock. They have a really solid management team. They have a very good product, really good network, better offering. So it should be from here a lot better than the past week. But it's not. This is not going to turn around overnight.
What's the future just look like for media in general right now? I don't. Streaming was going to be it. Legacy wasn't worth anything. We've got spin-offs coming, from a couple of the major players. How do you see that shaking out, Jessica?
That's a lot more exciting than maybe cable is at the moment. We do expect, finally, after years of waiting, we expect a lot of M&A. So one deal, looks like it's about to close in the next week or so. And then with these spin-outs, Comcast with Versant and WBD splitting into two, we do think that there will be a lot of action. There's a lot of things going on with Warner Brothers Discovery, with their global networks. We expect that to be ultimately a roll-up of some assets, and a standalone Warner Brothers with HBO Max, maybe unlikely to be an independent studio for the long term. So there's bound to be a lot of movement in the next 1 to 2 years in media. All
right, very good. It is a moving target right now. Exactly what media looks like. We don't. We're not involved. We don't. Has nothing to do with us.
No vested interest, Jessica. We got no vested interest in this. Give me some hope. Is there any hope, Jessica?
It could be if it's a much bigger ice cube, putting them all together, it's going to take longer to melt. Is that the best? Is that the best thing I can
say? The growth story, Jessica.
The studios have great content, including your parent company. NBCU, I mean, look what Wicked did in the past year. They also have an amazing theme park operation. So Epic
I'm
Universal.
worried about them.
Sorry?
We're not worried about them. No, I'm kidding. We're wishing everybody well. We hope everyone wins, Jessica. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, when we come back, trade deals and negotiations in Europe. Former ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, will give us his expectations for today's talks in Stockholm. Squawk Box will be right back.
Prime, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking to help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I love Rise Mushroom Coffee, and not just because I look good drinking it.
Hello there.
The all-day energy I get is good too, and it's easy on the stomach. But mostly, it's because I look good drinking it.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. Lucky for you, Shopify built with just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion at checkouts. Businesses that want to win, win with Shopify.
This is the one who keeps it moving. He stocks the right parts and knows just where to find them. Because this is about more than business. The industrial grade products you need. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
It is just before 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among our top stories this morning, the U.S. announcing that it has struck a trade deal with the European Union. President Trump saying that the deal imposes a 15% tariff on most European goods to the United States, also securing billions of dollars in purchases and investments by the EU bloc. That agreement comes as U.S. and Chinese negotiators kick off their latest round of talks in Stockholm, trying to reach an agreement before China's August 12th tariff deadline. Samsung reaching a more than $16 billion deal to supply semiconductors to Tesla. That's according to a Samsung regulatory filing and posts by Elon Musk on X. Musk saying in a Samsung factory in Texas will fabricate Tesla's AI6 chip, although he didn't give a timeline for production on that. Also, new reports that Union Pacific could reach a deal to buy Norfolk Southern as soon as early this week. It says an agreement is likely to include both cash and stock. On Thursday, Union Pacific said that it was in advanced deal talks with Norfolk Southern. A deal between those two companies would be the largest ever in railroad history.
And Tom, let's take a check on the futures right now. We got some green on the screen, about 45 points higher. NASDAQ up about 92 points. The S&P 500 up about 15 points. Let's show you treasuries as well. Take a look at the 10-year and the 2-year. I doubt that the Fed's going to do anything this week that might change that, but we'll see. The 10-year at 4.398, the 2-year at 3.926. I'm going to get straight over to Mike Santoli, who's down at the New York Stock Exchange this morning, to get his take on the markets and what to expect ahead of what could be a long week, my friend.
Order filled. On the calendar, Andrew. Market is greeting it in its typical recent fashion, which is calm net strength. I mean, you see the S&P 500 you mentioned indicated up about 0.25%. That's been its mode recently. S&P was up every day last week, but 3 of those days, the gains were less than 0.2%. We haven't had a 1% move in the S&P 500 in over a month. So this kind of calm, sort of steady strength is typical of bull markets. You do have to be aware, as happened last year, August, sometimes you get some, even in strong markets, you sometimes get some give back and air pockets. So be aware, we're heading into that mode as we're going to get through the Fed, we're going to get through the GDP report and all the rest of it. I feel like the reaction in the U.S. equities to the EU trade deal shows you it's probably perceived as a net positive to get it out of the way, but we already priced in decent progress on the trade front. Here we go, a little window on the increasingly sort of speculative nature of this recent stretch of the rally. This is the micro cap stock ETF, the smallest of the small. And you see over the last 3 months, it's well outperformed not just the S&P 500, but the standard small cap Russell 2000. And the stuff that's really driving the micro caps is very, very kind of low quality speculative stuff. We've been talking about this for weeks. It's part of a bull market. It's not necessarily saying we have a bubble, but you have to be aware the character of this market is getting a little bit aggressive. This too shows that over 2 years, Robinhood and Palantir looks like pretty much the same trajectory. Obviously, massive strength. People just wanting to chase the momentum, believe and believe and believe that these are, kind of disruptive or whatever you want to call it. But basically, they're feeding on their own strength right now. And you have to, again, be aware that that's part of what's behind, let's say, the NASDAQ strength these days, guys.
Okay. Mike Santoli, lots to watch this morning. Very busy ahead. Thanks.
Coming up with the European trade deal done, focus now turns to the world's second biggest economy, China. Former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nick Burns, joins us next. Plus, a big week for the Fed as it gets ready for Wednesday's decision on interest rates. We break it down, what it could mean for the market. Spark Box coming right back.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
Leo, he's there when we wake up, he's there when we leave, he's there whenever we come back home from school. He's just there always. Mash it up, doofus.
Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, his quality of life has been forever changed. He prefers real, human-grade food.
It's like real food. It is. He's a happy dog now.
He's a happy dog. He's a happy dog.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus.
Unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason, here, everything's better.
There are places
Wave your arm around like this looking all goofy. So join T-Mobile. Come out to the middle of nowhere. When you get here, drop me a text saying you won't believe where I am.
President Donald Trump and the EU have reached a trade deal, and now the focus turns to the world's second largest economy. Trade talks between the Trump administration and China are underway in Stockholm. Joining us right now with the latest is Nicholas Burns. He served as U.S. ambassador to China in the Biden administration, and he worked under 6 presidents of both parties. He's now a professor at Harvard's Kennedy School. And Ambassador, thank you for being with us today. Let's talk through what's at stake with China. It feels like this negotiation is bigger, more complex, and maybe will take longer than just about any of the other negotiations we've seen to this point. But people had a lot of questions about the EU, too. What's your sense about where we are in terms of progress with this?
Well, Becky, it looks like if you look at what President Trump and the Chinese have been saying, it looks like this is heading towards a deal. I would think sometime in the autumn. And a trade deal is necessary to have a summit meeting, and I think both countries want to have a summit meeting between President Trump and President Xi.
Ambassador, I think we've lost the audio. Mr. Ambassador, I think we've lost the audio there.
Okay.
Can anybody else hear him?
I cannot hear him, and it's nice to see you. He looks great. He can probably hear us maybe saying that, but I don't think we can hear him. Can you hear us, Ambassador?
Hear you fine.
Oh, okay.
Great, and you're back.
Sir, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't know if that was your microphone or if that was in our ears. It was off for us, I think, and it came back when Andrew came back. So I'm going to assume everybody else heard you. Sorry for interrupting, but you said you think this reaches agreement potentially in August. A lot of questions about what's going to be included with this. What level would you guess in terms of the tariffs overall, and what else will be included in terms of security? Is TikTok going to be part of this?
Becky, I don't know if this trade deal will be finished in August. I think certainly by autumn, because President Xi and President Trump want to meet in October and November. And the Chinese tradition is they don't work things out at the table with President Xi and the foreign leader. They want everything worked out ahead of time. So this may take some time, but frankly, the U.S. has some leverage here. I think it's good for President Trump to have finished the Japan and EU deals. That gives some help to the U.S. side. But this is complicated because the Chinese are going to ask for an end or a freezing of U.S. technology constraints on China. And that's going to be, I hope that's going to be difficult for the Trump administration to agree to. You saw that the Trump administration agreed to NVIDIA selling H20 chips to China. There are some reports this morning that the Chinese are asking the U.S. to freeze all technology restrictions by the U.S. on China. I think that would be a great mistake from a national security standpoint, because we don't want the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, to be acquiring the most advanced American technology to outcompete the U.S. military. To me, that's the biggest issue in these trade talks.
Yeah, I mean, both parties for some time have been convinced that there are real security issues in dealing with China. The argument has been made with NVIDIA that if you are not on the forefront of trying to power the AI race, you're going to get left behind as a nation. Do you agree with that?
Well, I certainly heard that from a lot of the tech companies when I was ambassador until January of this year, and I sympathize with it. But the problem is, our most important national security interest is not being overtaken by the People's Liberation in power in the next 10 years. And as AI and other technologies are militarized, as they certainly shall be, we don't want to be the second most powerful military in the Indo-Pacific. And so that's a national security concern that I frankly felt had been agreed to by Republicans and Democrats over the last couple of years. There was bipartisan support for the restrictions on advanced semiconductor technologies that President Biden put on China. So that's a big Chinese ask in these negotiations as we go forward.
Although we've seen the Chinese retaliate very effectively with the ban that they put on rare earths minerals, with magnets, with some of these things, and what they can do in return. We're pretty tied up with all of the chips being made and manufactured in Taiwan. There's so many different things that are at play here. I hear you, and it's happening with the backdrop of, probably the Chinese that were behind this break-in to Microsoft with its SharePoint 0 days, too. So there's a lot of things happening between the two. What takes the forefront, security or trade?
Well, I think for the United States, it has to be security. Obviously, we want our tech companies to do well, but there have to be some constraints on what we sell to China. Becky, an additional factor here is even if the two sides, and there's a truce right now, can agree to a final deal, what will happen to the sectoral tariffs that President Biden put on China? 100% on Chinese EVs, 50% on semiconductors, 25% on lithium batteries. I would imagine that the Trump administration would want to hold on to those, to continue to apply them. Otherwise, you know, U.S. automobile manufacturers will be engulfed by BYD and other lower-priced and very high-quality Chinese exports. So I don't think this is a negotiation that can be finished in a week or two. This is extremely complicated. But I think, President Trump has been right to be tough-minded with the Chinese, because if you think about forced technology transfer, IP theft, what the Chinese are doing to keep U.S. companies out of the Chinese market, this has to be a tough-nosed negotiation, and it may take a little bit more time.
Were you upset with the H20 sales of NVIDIA chips? I mean, those were chips that were specifically designed for China to try and prevent them from getting the most updated chips, allow them to do things from a commercial perspective, but not military.
Well, the Biden administration had prohibited those, and the early steps of the Trump administration had been quite tough on all such technology exports to China. So it is the tip of the iceberg. And there are some reports out there that the Chinese are going to ask for a lot more. I hope the Trump administration will hold the line, because there's nothing more important than retaining our military edge over China in the next 10 years.
Okay. Ambassador, things we should watch for to indicate that there really is a deal that's in the near future?
Well, will China make greater inroads in helping the United States with the fentanyl problem? The great majority of precursor chemicals come from the Chinese black market. President Trump and President Biden have both pressed this issue personally with President Xi. I think that's something that the Chinese need to give at these talks. I'd watch for that as well.
Okay. Ambassador Burns, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you, Becky.
When we return, more trouble brewing for Boeing, perhaps the fight over fighter jets. That's next. And check out the futures ahead of the Open. Up again this morning, a little bit anyway. We're going to hear from Yardeni Research President Ed Yardeni has a new note this morning outlining where the S&P could be by the end of the year. We'll be right back.
What are you doing up there?
Oh, I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
It's got another 14,000.
What?
Got to go back up. Oh, 17,891.
Just hand me some commas and zeros.
Plus 7.
What?
Oh, that's sweet. 25,000 more. Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even a billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next.
Order filled.
Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human
Order
expertise,
submitted.
Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Order
Indeed
filled.
you
Order
do.
filled.
When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
At Bob's, furniture heroes like Michael train our associates to help you find your dream furniture, like the Playdate with hidden storage, pop-up sleeper, and USB ports, without being pushy or salesy. Because we're here to help, not sell.
Oh my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
At Corient, Order submitted.
Wealth management begins
Order
and ends
submitted.
with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
So, you like your job?
I love it. What I do is really important.
You give eye exams.
I give fresh starts, better vision, healthy eyes. Everybody wants that.
That they do. And they don't want to spend more money than they have to.
True. But good eye health? That's priceless.
Hero Doc saves vision.
Well,
Hero Owl saves money. Use your vision insurance for exams, glasses, and contacts, all at America's Best. Because eye care is healthcare, and you deserve the best.
Order filled.
Order filled. Live ambitiously.
What job do you think is more important? Would it be Treasury Secretary or Chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Becky, I think you're asking which is more important for me to do?
I am.
Let me ask how much power/influence the chair ultimately has.
What the Fed needs is less groupthink. You get some in your email box or something. Just call us back.
After the president, Joe, you'll be my second call.
That's not bad.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m.
Order
Eastern
submitted.
and streaming on CNBC Plus.
More than 3,000 union workers in St. Louis rejecting Boeing's latest contract offer, and that included a 20% wage hike. The union, which makes fighter jets at 3 factories, could go on strike as soon as next Monday. This after their existing contract expired just yesterday. Boeing's defense business has more than 18,000 workers and generated $24 billion in sales last year, Joe.
In the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE is deploying an AI tool aimed at cutting half of the government's regulations by the end of President Trump's first year in office. That's according, or 5th year, I guess. That's according to a Washington Post report. It says the so-called DOGE AI deregulation decision tool is looking through 200,000 federal regulations to figure out which ones are no longer required by law. A PowerPoint presentation seen by the Post suggests that the tool will save the country trillions of dollars, it says here. It says it's already been used at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Starts adding up, thousand billion. You get to do a T.
Coming up next, a big week ahead for investors, also the Fed. Our own Steve Leisman is going to join us to lay out the case for what investors should be expecting. Plus, Ed Yardeni talks about his S&P price target and what's going to move markets higher. As we head to a break, a look at the pre-market winners, the S&P 500. Squawk Box coming right back.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people.
HR?
Yeah.
IT?
Yeah.
R&D?
Yep.
OMG?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's the department I work in.
All right. Enough of that.
You did it. You took an idea on a napkin, built a successful business, and made it look easy. But at U.S. Bank, we remember what went into getting here. The hard work, self-doubt, tough decisions. From all those extra hours to finally enjoying the rewards. Our wealth management team is always here to work with you and every generation to come.
Order filled.
Because there's nothing as powerful
Order filled.
as the power of us.
Nearly home. This place ain't big enough for the 3 of us. Looks like y'all got a case of the zoomies.
Reba.
Have y'all seen the Real View maps on Realtor.com? You can easily compare homes by lot size. Who wants to find their dream house? Realtor.com.
Connections are everywhere, across global markets and sectors. Some are harder to see. But when you work with Barclays Investment Bank, you get an integrated team of experts who connect you with the financial data, insights, and solutions to reveal new possibilities. Barclays, powering possible.
Breaking earnings news. P&G, Boeing, Qualcomm, Ford. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
would you recommend?
Do you like brown?
Yeah, some things are just better at home. With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, you can compare samples in your own space.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the home floor advantage.
Empire Today.
Showtime! Save big this summer with the bundle that has something for everyone.
Here we go, boys.
The Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus bundle.
Isn't this awesome?
Get it all for less with plans starting at just $16.99 a month.
All right, let's take a look at a live shot of Stockholm, Sweden. The Chinese trade delegation just arriving for trade talks with the United States. We've been watching through the trade delegation there getting out. I'm not sure if our trade delegation has already arrived. I think we're still waiting for them to. Earlier today, we spoke with U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. He'll be there along with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. But again, these are talks that are taking place in Stockholm, Sweden, between the United States and China. We're going to be checking in with Eamon Javers throughout the morning for more live updates.
Would it kill him to have an American car? No wonder we.
No, I think those were, that was the Chinese delegation.
I know, but there wasn't, thank God we got this new deal.
We're probably not showing up in.
A consequential week for the economy, a Fed meeting, tariff deadline, jobs report. It's the busiest week for earnings this quarter. Steve Leisman is with us. He just gets excited on these Fed weeks. I can see it on his face. It's like a Grateful Dead concert.
Yeah, it's exactly the same, Joe, and there's drums in space and all kinds of wonderful things. Look, it is a very big week. We have the JOLT survey and consumer confidence, and of course, the Fed survey comes out tomorrow. I know you're on the edge of your seat about that.
Order submitted.
Wednesday, though, we have the ADP number. That's seeing kind of on the low side. Remember last month we were above expectations, but a lot of that was on the government side, just 82,000 expected on ADP. And then you also have GDP and a lot of interest in that. I don't want to get too wonky on this, but basically a lot of imports came into the country, but we didn't count them in inventory, so there could be some adjustments on either side, at least not as much as came in. And then you go to Thursday, you have the Fed's preferred inflation indicator, and then the big, what do we call it, the big kahuna, Joe, is that what we call it? On Friday, we have the unemployment report and non-farm payrolls, just 102,000 expected. But again, that's been surprising to the upside. So we'll see how resilient it all is. And I don't want to leave out, of course, the Fed meeting and the Fed announcement on Wednesday. Two potential dissents there from Waller and Bowman, and that's not happened for a very long time. They've had two governors dissent. Those are the ones who are in Washington down the hall. Their offices are down the hall from Powell, but apparently most economists believe they'll dissent. But we'll see what the Fed does in terms of incorporating that notion that the Fed could cut now, perhaps into the statement, into the outlook for a September cut. Take a quick look at the probabilities. There you go. Fed in play for July. But we also have the probability, 66% for September. And just looking at, I want to do July, 2.1%. So really very low probability for July. But then two cuts built in for this year, 67% for September, 63% for December. So I am very excited, Joe. It's going to be a great first set, and I will take a break of 30 minutes, then come back and do the second set, and maybe who knows what the encore is going to be.
Yeah. Two of them were Trump appointees, right? I mean, Austin has been consistently sort of, I don't know, I would use the word, what's the word I'm looking for? Reasonable about a lot of these. Ed Yardeni's laughing. August 1st, they got time. There have been other times where we would wait till the next week for the employment report, Steve. But they're doing it.
Joe, I think you're like me a little bit. You've been doing some of this stuff for a couple decades and you still don't get all of it. I'm not really sure why. Sometimes they seem to skip August 1st. I'm sure somebody will write it and explain it to me. Maybe I knew one time and don't get it. But August 1st is also the trade deadline, Joe, and I'm super interested in how all this affects the stock market. You can sit back and say, well, there's three elements to this. One was the idea there were going to be crazy high tariffs. That's been removed. The second was the uncertainty about what the tariffs will be. That appears to be being removed. The third element is the one that looks to be playing out more over time, which is what are the economic impacts of all this? Is it driving up inflation? We've seen it in the tariffs. Will it weaken growth? Growth is expected to be on the weak side. We'll see in our CNBC Fed survey what the new GDP outlook is. But that's the third one. The stock market does not seem to be worried about this. There are some economists that are writing about the idea that maybe the stock market is a little bit divorced from the economic outlook. But then again, a lot of this seems driven by the outlook and the hope for tech.
Yeah. It's funny. We were talking about Roger Altman about people use the stock market when it benefits their argument or which side of the aisle they're on. They use it. When it doesn't, they kind of discount it. It's kind of funny. Bond market, though, has been pretty well behaved, too, Steve. We got Ed Yardeni here. Thanks, Steve. Joining us now. Let's get to Ed Yardeni.
Sure.
Yardeni, research president. You think, we've had the case made that the stock market is wrong, basically, what someone was saying earlier about the way it's react, because it's going to be anti-growth. Even the trade deals themselves, this individual, Roger Altman, said the trade deals themselves are anti-growth and inflationary. And the stock market is just ignoring it because of AI, I guess.
Well, I think the stock market is just discounting the facts that we've learned over the past 3.5 years, and that is this economy is amazingly resilient. It does extremely well. I think a lot of people tend to focus on the headlines, and the headlines tend to be about Washington, and they tend to be kind of off-putting, maybe depressing sometimes. But I've observed that it's amazing how well the U.S. economy and stock market have done despite Washington.
Right. Ed, have you changed your views on the effect of tariffs on the whole equation? Because you were, you started the year, what'd you say, 7,000?
7,000, yes.
So the tariffs threw you.
They did.
You were a little bit of trepidation there. You didn't go below 6,400 on the S&P.
No, I mean, my thinking was that it's still a bull market, but I had to recognize that.
You might be right at 7,000 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, it may very well be. I mean, we seem to be in a slow motion melt-up right now, where the market just kind of gradually goes up every single day, and no matter what. And I think the market, since April 8th, April 9th, when Liberation Day was postponed, the market has been basically focusing on the economy, focusing on the fact that maybe we don't need lower interest rates. Maybe inflation isn't going to pop up as much as was of concern. And all in all, the earnings story is amazing. I mean, earnings first quarter came out about twice, the growth rate came out about twice as much as expected, and it could happen again in the second quarter. So companies are earning money.
Because it's been the same economy that you're talking about in the economy 3.5 years. I think the idea was that the economy is going to be adversely affected by all these policies. Would you say that that's not the case, or it's still to come?
Well, look, we started out in 2022 with the notion that the economy was going to go into recession. I wasn't in that camp. I thought the economy would be resilient. The economy's, over the past few years, has put up with a pandemic, with supply disruptions, with inflation, with the Fed tightening, and now with tariffs. And I guess my view was that tariffs would be disturbing, but on the other hand, the evidence of the past few years is don't underestimate the strength of the economy, the resilience of the economy, and particularly the labor market.
So what would knock the stock market off its, the glide path it seems to be on? Could it be an inflation number this week?
Well, we do certainly are back to high valuation multiples. We're back to where we were before the correction, about 22.
3% inflation would a print above 3%?
Yeah, I think if we suddenly saw that, we just had to be patient. The tariffs will have some impact on inflation. But I think everybody agrees it's a one-shot deal, so I'm not even sure that would be that off-putting. I think what tariffs have done, they haven't necessarily raised inflation. They've kept inflation from getting down to 2%. I think without the tariffs, we would have been at 2%. Now
you just think it's an issue that the economy is able to absorb it, not that it's actually going to, I mean, it should be actually raising prices, but you're just saying the economy is absorbing it. It's not that it's actually preventing inflation from happening.
No. The tariffs you're saying?
Yeah.
No, the tariffs must have some sort of an inflationary impact. But at the same time, they are a tax, and taxes tend to be deflationary. So there's kind of offsetting issues there. But I think the economy is so huge that on balance, the import side of it just isn't having much of an impact on inflation.
How much of it is these producers or the retailers or others keeping prices lower because they're afraid to raise prices to draw the ire of the president?
I think there's a lot of that going on, but what's really remarkable is that analysts aren't predicting that profit margins are going to be shrinking in the second quarter. That's
how much do you, okay, to the extent that you think the tariffs are actually helpful or that these new trade rebalances are helpful, so the idea that General Motors or Ford or somebody else is going to start to sell cars into Germany, how quickly do you think that we'll see a benefit if we see one at all?
Well,
and how big a benefit?
I think there's an immediate benefit when it comes to tax receipts, and I think that's what Trump really is excited
tax receipts
about.
for the U.S. Yes. No, I'm asking a different question. I'm saying, if you were to look at General Motors today, or any of the American companies that are now supposed to have easier access to parts of Europe that they didn't before, how quickly do you think that that is going to actually show up in numbers for those companies?
I think it's going to take a while. I mean, these things...
Like years?
Not years, but a couple of years. Meanwhile, I think...
Not years, but a couple of years? It sounds like years, plural.
Okay, years, yeah.
Okay.
2 years.
And then you think it becomes a meaningful part of their business in a different way?
I think there's a lot of moving parts here, and I think, yes, it'll be an important part of their business. But meanwhile, you know, the auto industry is kind of a funky industry these days because they face globally tremendous competition from Chinese electric vehicles, and these are all subsidized, and they keep dumping them around the world.
And what do you think the chances are that all these deals actually get renegotiated? Meaning, you know, I mentioned earlier, Trump did not get anything on, for example, digital taxes.
Correct.
Some of the big tech stuff, all of that. By the way, we should mention right now, you're looking at a live shot of Stockholm, Sweden, as all this is actually happening, because we're talking about the U.S. trade delegation arriving for those trade talks with China. And we'll check in with Eamon in just a minute. But how much do you think there's a chance that actually we go back to the drawing board with some of these trading partners and say, actually, we need this, 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 and this, and this still?
It seems to be a very fluid situation.
And therefore, does the 15% go up or down?
Yeah. Well,
or do you think this is now the ceiling?
These are just framework agreements to a large extent. They're not treaties. They're not something that has to go through Congress. And the president has demonstrated that he's willing to be pretty flexible in terms of what he's demanding, not in terms of what others are demanding. And so he could change he could go back to the deal-making table any day.
There's Scott Bessent walking in literally as we speak, Jameson Greer, who's just on with us.
Ed, what about, I don't know if you saw, I saw Warsh again the other night, kind of the same, a lot of the same answers that we had a moment that he gave. And his idea was, you know, I don't think he really has a problem with Chairman Powell as much as he has just with the overall Fed in the regime and what the Fed has turned into over the last couple of decades. But his viewpoint is that AI is going to be so powerful that it's going to usher in productivity, which is going to basically alleviate our inflation problem. So there's no reason not to go ahead and cut rates.
Well, I'm certainly very sympathetic to the idea that productivity is already making a comeback, certainly over the past, since...
Well, this could
2000,
totally...
It's picked up from...
Couldn't it?
What's that?
It could put that in the high gear. The productivity gains we've already seen could even be...
Absolutely. I mean, I've been talking about the roaring 2020s since 2020, that we are going to have a innovation-led, technology-led productivity boom.
Should they be cutting this week?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
A lot of people, Bowman and Waller.
No, I understand. Everybody has their views. And my view is that the economy is in nirvana right now. The dual mandate is being achieved at this level of interest rates. We've got the unemployment rate at 4%, basically. We've got inflation 2.5% to 3%. Probably would have been at 2% by now, but for the tariffs. So the economy has demonstrated that these are the neutral interest rates. These are the levels that we should be looking at.
Would you cut the next time? Or you wouldn't cut next time?
I'm in the none and done camp for the rest of this year. I don't think they need to lower rates. If they cut rates, we will have not just a slow motion melt up in the stock market. We will have a just outright melt up in the stock market, and I think that could pose some problems for the financial markets.
So where's your year-end now? It's back to 7, or you're 60?
I'm waffling, as you said before to me before we got on, but yeah, I'm waffling in a bullish fashion. That's really been my view all along. I mean, look, you had to have a neck brace to forecast this market, let alone
It's almost like
trade this market.
the trade war accelerated, and it's to the point, and then we saw that April low, and it's been decelerating ever since.
Yeah. No, I mean, with benefit of
the fundamentals.
Yeah. No, I mean, it worked out very well for the economy, for inflation, and as I said, I think one of the consequences will be that Trump will probably bring in something like $400 to $500 billion at an annual rate in duties, which suddenly makes the deficit a little less burdensome.
Yeah, I think it does. And, for people that like taxes, they should be happy, but for people conservatives that don't like taxes, they should call it what it is and say you tax something, you get less of it. So it's got a downside.
My attitude is it is what it is. My job is to sort of assess what policy is, where it's going, and what the implications are for the markets. And all in all, the markets have put up pretty well.
And you're not worried about the bond market either?
Well, no, not really. I mean, I've been consistently saying for years that I'll worry about the debt, the government debt, when the bond market worries about it. I've been talking about the bond.
Could it just all of a sudden start worrying about it, or is that?
Well, I mean, there was an episode there in 2023 where the bond yield went up from 4 to 5% in 3 months, and I was worried about it. And Janet Yellen came up with a clever solution, and that is she told the bond vigilantes, if you don't like my bonds, I'll do more in bills. I mean, the worst case scenario is if we get another debt crisis, Besson will say, well, we'll just issue bills for a while because bills are easy to sell.
Yeah, and to roll over. All right, Ed Yardeni, thank you. What's the name of your firm?
Yardeni Research.
Where'd you get that?
Clever.
Yeah, very clever. Excellent.
Thank you.
You're a Yale guy, too, right?
Yeah, I am.
What the hell happened to Yale, Ed?
I don't know.
Good God.
I don't know. I was also a Cornell guy, and Cornell also.
Well, Cornell.
Go Big Red.
Go Big Red.
Go Big Red.
We got it.
There you go.
I'm not going to cast any aspersions on Cornell, but Yale. No, I'm kidding. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Up next, a big week for tech earnings. Microsoft, Meta, and Apple, also Amazon, all set to report later this week. Big focus for investors, updates on investments in AI and how they're planning on using it. We're going to preview the numbers and find out what Wall Street should be expecting. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
America is built with perseverance, resilience, and determination. And you can put that strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Mutual Insured Bonds. BAM protects municipal bond investments that finance the backbone of our country. You'll invest with the confidence of an added layer of security and guaranteed income you can count on. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Insured Bonds.
At PGIM, our ETFs use today's best ideas to help bring tomorrow's goals within reach. Our broad suite of over 50 low-cost ETFs is backed by 150 years of active management expertise. Explore PGIM ETFs today.
Repair Clinic came to AmericanEagle.com with a pressing need for digital expertise to serve our expanding parts and software business. AmericanEagle.com optimized our website, turning our proprietary data, content, and diagnostics into a powerful platform that reaches more DIYers, pros, and enterprise clients than ever before. If you're looking for an agency who can solve your complex digital challenges, contact AmericanEagle.com today.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30?
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Just $15 a month? So.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
You guys heading up north soon?
Yeah, got Lizzie for a couple weeks this summer.
Taking her fishing, I hope. That's the plan.
Doors. Connect us to what's important.
Excited, sweetie?
A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, your advisor helps you build a personalized, tax-smart investment strategy, identifying opportunities across your entire portfolio. And when life surprises you, your plan can change too. Because doors were meant to be opened.
Never miss a moment.
The Genius Act is focused on payment stablecoins. The United States government has put its stamp of approval on a very important digital asset.
You can't have a socialist city in a capitalist nation.
What is very important is that the president choose a person who will defend the Fed's independence.
Welcome back to Squawk After. Google and Tesla's last week. More big tech companies are reporting this week. We'll hear from Microsoft. We'll also hear from Meta, Amazon, and Apple. Join us right now on what to expect. Doug Clinton is the founder and CEO of Intelligent Alpha. Good morning to you. Of those names, and we can pick through them. I think a lot of folks are going to be focused on Apple. They're also going to be focused on Meta, frankly, especially given all of the big investments that Mark Zuckerberg's been making in the world of AI. Which one do you want to take first?
Let's do Meta. And we can start here, Andrew. At Intelligent Alpha, we use AI. We use the large language AI models to make estimates for 1,000 companies every single quarter to figure out whether AI thinks these companies will beat or miss earnings. Meta is one of the companies in the Mag 7 that our models expect to beat earnings, and it's also a stock that we own. I think to your point about sort of some of these investments, that's going to be the big topic on the call. Is Mark Zuckerberg has just spent billions of dollars on talent to try to catch up in the AI frontier model race, because clearly Llama is behind. It's a model that we don't even use as AI practitioners at our firm. And so I think that will be the highlight on the call. I would also expect them to talk about probably continued expenses in CapEx, just like we heard Google, who added another $10 billion to their CapEx estimates for this year.
Let's go hit Apple, because there's a lot of questions around Apple. There's a lot of questions around Apple as it relates, by the way, to AI and whether they need to have a model, whether Siri works well enough, and what the new upgrade cycle might look like this coming fall.
So our models think Apple, in terms of earnings, Andrew, will be fine this quarter. I think the reality, though, is the stock is still under question for all the reasons you just described, right? What will they do in AI? And the reality is we're not going to get very many answers this quarter. It's just not how Apple runs their sort of new product launches. And so for Apple, the catalyst really is about what do they talk about in September with the new iPhone launch? Do they announce some new AI features that maybe can start to accelerate iPhone growth, or maybe even the services growth if they build their own model? It seems pretty clear so far that they are going to be relying on third parties like GPT, like Gemini from OpenAI and Google for the AI capabilities. And I think that that will just be an overhang on the stock for the next few months.
Do you think it matters that they have their own LLM or not long term?
I don't think it matters that much, because if you look at sort of how they've run their services and things that are on device that are very popular, it hasn't really mattered in the past. You know, you look at Google Maps as an example, or Google Search. I think they've been happy to partner with one of the best providers, right, where they create these services. Customers love using Google. And I think you're going to find the same things with LLMs. If they can just put GPT in the phone in a good way and maybe put some guardrails around it to make the consumer feel safe using it, then I think that'd be good enough.
Hey, Doug, one of the mega caps you don't own is Amazon, and that's because you do have some concerns around AI?
That's right, Becky. Our models for Amazon are concerned about the top line this quarter. And so our models are expecting a miss on the top line. We actually think the bottom line will be fine. So there may be some margin strength there. But the concern, I think, from our AI models is centered around just what do the tariffs mean? What have they done over the last quarter? And I think even more importantly, you know, as maybe some of these impacts start being felt, we keep hearing, I know we've talked about on the show earlier today, keep hearing when will some of the inflation increases happen. That might be something that creeps up in Q3, and so our models are just concerned about that going into that quarter.
In terms of, we keep talking about the tariffs and inflation and everything else. Do you believe, as our last guest did, that actually companies, and I wonder about tech companies in particular, are keeping prices down to prevent the wrath, if you will, of the president?
I think all these companies are certainly smart about how they're dealing with politics. I think we've seen in terms of the administration change from last year to this year, I think some of the tone at many of these companies have changed. But to your specific point about prices, I don't know that they're doing much to really keep prices artificially low. I mean, if you think about a Google, if you think about a Meta, they operate their businesses where they are efficient marketplaces. And so I think the prices of ads, for example, are really a reflection of what the advertisers think they can sell into the market. And so I don't think they're probably doing anything specific with prices, but certainly as they think about policy and how they run their businesses, I think they've gotten a different mindset politically.
Hey, Doug, you said Llama, you guys don't even use it. Which models do you use there?
The three that we focus on, Becky, are GPT from OpenAI, Gemini from Google, and Claude from Anthropic. We do also use Grok, and in my opinion, I mean, those four are clearly the best models on the market. We've experimented with Llama, but it's been disappointing, and I don't think that's controversial to even say, given what Mark Zuckerberg is spending. He knows he needs to catch up.
Okay. Doug, want to thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
U.S. trade delegation arriving for trade talks with China. Eamon Javers joins us now. I got some of your photos that you sent out. I think we're actually going to show us. You're doing well. You've got an eye. You've got an eye for it. There's.
I'm traveling with an expert cameraman here, Joe, and he's giving me a lot of advice on lighting and cropping and that kind of thing.
Do the meatballs look like? Do they look different? They're kind of pale, aren't they? They're not very appetizing, are they?
No, the meatballs here were meatball-colored meatballs, but they were smaller than I was expecting. They were like the size of a dime. Came in a very heavy sauce and with some very heavy potatoes with them. It was very filling. I enjoyed them a lot, but you don't need to eat for like a day and a half after you eat those.
Okay. Should we have waited to the end to talk about what can you tell us? And then we won't have to talk about
what you guys have seen, right? Yeah, what we know is what you guys have seen. We saw the Chinese delegation, the Vice Premier He Lifeng arriving, and then just moments after that, we saw Treasury Secretary Bessent arrive. We saw a lengthy greeting with the Prime Minister of Sweden as Secretary Bessent shook his hand and had some conversation for a few moments out on the street, and then all sides proceeded indoors. They're here at the Prime Minister's residence in Sweden, and the idea is they're going to spend about 2 days behind the scenes. What they're going to come up with, we don't know. We saw Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, on television earlier today, really lowering expectations for these trade talks today, saying maybe they can get an extension of that August 12th deadline. And that seems to be sort of like the bar for these talks right now, is if they can get that extension, that'll be seen as at least a base hit for these talks, and then maybe set up some talks later in the fall between Xi Jinping and President Trump, Joe.
Yeah, it's coming fast and furious, though, after, Japan last week and then in the EU, it would be, I don't know whether it's more likely or less likely with the pace that things are happening.
It's a really good question, right? To what extent does that EU deal yesterday influence what's going on here in Sweden with the Chinese today? You've got to think that the economies of the U.S. and China are so big, and this set of talks is on its own trajectory, that it's kind of got its own momentum. But everybody here is aware of what happened yesterday in Scotland, so clearly, people are paying attention. For the Chinese perspective, this is transformational for their economy, and so I think they'll proceed very cautiously here, and no one is bracing for any major breakthroughs today or tomorrow, but we're here on the scene. If they get a breakthrough, we'll let you know.
Yeah. I was struck. Those communists drive some nice cars. That was one of the things that I noticed, Eamon. I don't know whether you...
I think they're driving the cars on the street.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever. I mean, they're not in. They weren't in a bunch of gremlins and Vegas and stuff like, a bunch of Compay. Some pretty nice metal.
All the Swedish officials appear to be driving Volvos, and I think, isn't Volvo owned by the Chinese now too?
Oh, isn't it? Yeah. What about Saab? That's owned by.
I thought I saw some Beamers and Mercedes too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're all entitled to drive nice cars.
I'll keep my eyes out.
I'm not going to hold it against them. All right. Thank you, Eamon Javers. Up next, look at some pre-market movers, plus a luxury retail deal in the works. Squawk Box will be right back.
on the double. After my hospital stay, Aflac helped close the gap by paying me cash for expenses health insurance didn't cover. Nothing covers gaps better than the Aflac duck.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent, get a quote at Aflac.com. You do look like me.
Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. They respond to emails with phone calls. And they don't circle back. They're already there. They wear business sneakers and pad their keyboards with something that makes their clickety-clacking clickety-clackier. But no one loves logistics as much as they do. You need Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. They need a retirement plan. Work with Principal so we can help you with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for your team. Let our expertise round out yours.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl?
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Good things come to those who wait. But with Factor, that wait is only 2 minutes. Yeah, just 2 minutes to sink your teeth into a mouth-watering meal. So take the guesswork out of eating well, all day long. Factor, delicious options delivered fresh.
All right, let's get a check on the markets. So far, you are looking at the markets in green, in positive territory this morning. Dow futures up by 53 points. The Dow closed less than a half a percentage point from an all-time high on Friday. Right now, indicated up by 57. S&P closed at a new high. It's indicated up by 20. And the NASDAQ, which also closed at a new high Friday, is indicated up triple digits, a gain of about 110 points. Treasury yields have bounced around this morning from a little lower to a little higher at this point. The 10-year is sitting at 4.40, the 2-year's at 3.92. Oil prices this morning were slightly higher, up by about 2% right now. That's almost $66.50 a barrel. Then you've got crypto prices. At least earlier when we looked, Bitcoin was a little bit weaker. It's sitting just below 119,000. Ether's a little higher, just above $3,800. The dollar this morning has been a little higher across the board. It was stronger against the euro.
Order
was
canceled.
weaker after that EU
Order
deal
canceled.
that we cut, and we'll continue to watch that for the 1 year. Dollar index is down by about 5.8%.
Okay, President Trump and the UK Prime Minister speaking right now in Turnberry, Scotland. Want to listen in to what's happening.
Then happens afterwards. I think we can do our very best to alleviate what is an awful situation at the moment. So thank you very much for the discussion we've had so far and the discussion we're about to continue on that really important issue. But it's fantastic to be here. Thank you for your hospitality and to see this amazing golf course. I'll invite you to a football ground at some stage and we can exchange sports.
It's been great being with you, and thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And you've done a fantastic job with regard to the trade deal. You know, they wanted a trade deal here for years, many years, through many different terms of different people, and you got it done. So I want to congratulate you on that, and it's a great deal for both. It brings unity. We didn't need unity, but it brings us even closer together. I think it's good for both parties. We also discussed, obviously, Gaza. And I think before we get to phase 2, which is, you know, what's going to happen afterwards, we want to get the children fed. We made a contribution a week ago of $60 million all going into food. We only hope the food goes to the people that need it, because so much, as you know, when you do something there, it gets taken by Hamas or somebody, but it gets taken. But and we're prepared to help. You know, we want to help. It's a terrible situation. The whole thing is terrible. It's been bad for many years, but it's great to hear you feel the same way that I do. We have to help on a humanitarian basis before we do anything. We have to get the kids fed. So we've been sending in a lot of food. A lot of the food that's been going there has been sent by the United States. I spoke yesterday with the president of the European Union, Ursula, who was terrific also on the subject, and she's going to play a big role also in helping us. So we have a good group of countries who are going to help with the humanitarian needs, which is food, sanitation, and some other things. It's very difficult to deal with Hamas, as I said. You know, we got a tremendous amount of hostages out, but it would take place in drips and drabs. You'd get 10, you get 5, you get 2, you'd get 10, 12. We get 12 one time. Many of them would come to the White House, and they were so thankful. But I always said, when you get down to the final 10 or 20, you're not going to be able to make a deal with these people, because they use them as a shield. And when they give them up, they no longer have a shield. And the people of Israel feel so strongly about the hostages. Some people would take a different view, but they feel so strongly about the hostages. So that's an ongoing process. Hamas has become very difficult to deal with in the last couple of days, because they don't want to give up these last 20, because they think as long as we have them, they have protection. But I don't think it can work that way. So I'm speaking to Bibi Netanyahu, and we are coming up with various plans. We're going to say it's a very difficult situation. If they didn't have the hostages, things would go very quickly. But they do, and we know where they have them in some cases, and you don't want to go riding roughshod over that area, because that means those hostages will be killed. Now, there are some people that would say, well, that's the price you pay, but we don't like to say that. We don't want to say that. And I don't think the people of Israel want to say that either, which is pretty amazing. A lot of people would say, just get it done and whatever it is. You could also say speed might be better for the hostages. You go through, you know, with speed, you may have a better chance, because they're in deep trouble. They're in deep trouble. You saw October 7th, and you saw what the damage and the horror that they committed. People can't forget that. You know, they tend to forget it, but they can't forget. That was one of the most evil things I've ever seen. And you just cannot forget.
That is President Trump speaking with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, talking about the issues they've had trying to resolve the situation in Gaza and the complications with Hamas. We will continue to monitor this and bring you any updates as they occur. In the meantime, we want to get over to Dom Chu. He's got a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Dom, what's on the move at this point?
All right, so Becky, Joe, Andrew, we're going to start with shares of Tesla higher by just about 1.5% after the company entered into a $16.5 billion chip supply agreement with Samsung. CEO Elon Musk saying Samsung factory in Texas will fabricate Tesla's AI6 chip, though he did not give a timeline for the actual production, so keep an eye on those. And then Samsung shares climbed almost 7% in South Korean trading, so a big deal there for at least two different companies. Also, energy stocks in focus. They are all pretty much higher on the EU pledge to buy $750 billion worth of energy over the next 3 years. Liquefied natural gas producer Cheniere, one of the best performers. It's up roughly 6% so far. Other names like EQT, Eaton, Constellation, among that oil and gas power complex moving higher. And we'll finish with shares of Nike higher by about 4% on an upgrade to overweight from neutral over at JP Morgan. They also hiked their target price to $96. It was $64. That's an implied 25% upside from Friday's close. Analysts expect revenue growth to reaccelerate into next year after several quarters of underperformance. So keep an eye on that. And just head over to cnbc.com/pro for all the other top analyst calls of the day, guys. I'll send things back over to you.
Okay, Dom, thank you very much. Folks, that does it for us today. Make sure you join us right back here tomorrow. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer and David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Market does welcome this trade framework with the EU as we get set for one of the busiest weeks of the year. A Fed decision, a jobs number, GDP, PCE, and 38% of S&P market cap reporting earnings. Our roadmap begins with the president announcing that trade deal with the EU. The focus now shifts to China. We will go live to Sweden on the trade talks between the two sides there.
And as Carl just said, it is a big week for the markets. We have that rate decision coming as Chair Powell faces growing pressure to cut rates. And it is the busiest week of earnings season. Meta, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon will all report their latest quarterly results.
Let's begin with this new trade framework between the U.S. and the European Union. According to both sides, most goods from the EU will face a 15% U.S. tariff, exceptions for some key industries. The president says the EU will not impose a tariff on U.S. imports. Some eye-popping numbers, Jim, on the amount of energy, for example, that the EU is set to seek to buy over the next 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, look, it just presumes that the war's going to end. It presumes that they're going to have a steady stream of natural gas. It presumes that we are going to be their supplier, and they're on the hook to us. You do not get these moves, and the moves are extraordinary for Schneer, unless they now have a market that is going to be insensitive. Maybe they get long-term contracts as opposed to just the piecemeal South Korea, piecemeal China. So it's very bullish, and I mean, you should just take a BQT. I mean, well, it's a natural gas company, but, you know, David, here's what I think happened here. We dodged a trade war. It's good to dodge a trade war.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say at this point. Certainly the EU has been a real concern. Now, China is yet to come, and we'll see. In Canada and Mexico still remains an unknown to some extent, but without a doubt, the EU very important and seemingly preliminarily resolved.
Right.
15%, you know, I do wonder, Jim, when we start to think about what seems to be, it's funny, Chris, Carl asked Lutnick about this last week, is 15% kind of sort of the new normal? How should we view that? Is it a consumption tax? Is it a value-added tax? Is it being borne by all the different parties and won't be completely a 15% increase on goods in that way, and at the for the U.S. consumer, but at the same time, it is raising revenue.
It's raising revenue.
I'm just trying to understand, as we step back and start to see 15% across the board, which seems like a likely outcome at this point, what it means.
Well, it's this kind of weird number where it looks to me that the people are not eating it. The manufacturer's taking it, and it's just saying, okay, listen, our profit margin is going to be down, which is very bullish for the stock market. Because we don't want the consumer to be weaker. Now, there is, I think, a lot of ideological writing about this, which says the consumer's really going to suffer. I'm not buying that. 15%, and it's eaten by the, you know.
Well, there is a belief that over time that will change.
Right.
But it's very much unclear, and I think that belief is shared perhaps by the Fed chair, which is one reason why we have not seen a rate cut at this point in terms of trying to really understand the impact, inflationary
Was it humiliating to see a Fed chair in a hard hat walking around trying to explain? I'm asking.
I did think so.
All right.
Did you?
Just want to know. Some people I dealt with this weekend said, wow, they really, what a humbling thing. I said, I don't know, maybe he's kind of showing off the new Fed. I mean, I was like bullish on it. I said, I felt like, didn't think it was a consequential thing. And people come up to me and say, did you see that? The humiliation. I said, why? I mean, maybe he's proud. I don't know. I mean,
markets clearly took it as theater, Jim, and nothing more.
Yeah, theater.
But that said, you know, given how much we're taking in tariff revenues right now, I just start to wonder whether this isn't one way to continue to raise revenues to offset the deficit producing big, beautiful bill.
Well, it's the bill. I think it is. Well, okay, beautiful.
Well, it was the BBB, OBBB.
I think it's very bullish. What am I going to say? I mean, you know, like last night, the futures were up, and you know, people say, just yawning. No, this is one of the greatest runs I've ever seen.
Actually, well, on that front, Jim, J.P. Morgan this morning, best 75-day run, 25%. Since the COVID lows. Forward returns on rallies like this, up every time a year later, average gain 20%.
Right. I think if you're really hardline anti-Trump, you're saying, see, it's never up a lot. If you're hardline stock market, which is what I am, you say, what a run. I mean, now it's like a whole new group of stocks are going to run. Like apparel's going to run. I mean, by the way, there's just meme stocks that run every day. And
there's meme stocks.
It's Joby. I said Palantir, 50 to 100.
There's pockets of speculation in this market that we pointed out. We'll continue to because it may be worrisome sign to some.
It's led by Bitcoin.
Well, Bitcoin, you can put it in the speculation basket, but at the same time, how many companies, we're just going over these numbers, are raising money to buy Bitcoin?
Well,
it's enormous.
I was
in
offered
fact,
a chance to do it. I said,
far more than has been raised by companies going public.
It's because it's almost encouraged. I mean, the SEC chief is like, yeah.
This is a very crypto-positive administration, no doubt about that.
Well,
That's been a real positive for all of the different.
And it's also a great hedge against the budget deficit.
Well, it may be seen
which is what it is.
Michael Saylor would say that, right? Store of value.
I was with someone whose son took his paycheck and bought Bitcoin. I started a job, a good job, 5 years ago, and now it doesn't really have to work. And he's totally hedged. The kid's hedged. Father has to work. I'm not kidding. The kid's hedged. Look, I mean, this is happening. We don't want to talk about it, or maybe we think it's FIMOR. Maybe it's FIMOR 23.
Well, I mean, it's not often you create a new asset class and then write the regs around it in real time at the same time. That's different. And we don't know what that's going to bring.
Well, like the guys from Circle, I mean, I said that maybe there's a possibility that JP Morgan or BlackRock could do a stablecoin. And you get the usual emails, just like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's much bigger. I've gotten more, I don't know what you're talking about in emails, and it's like, that's like so many of it. It's like, great. Because every time I know what I'm talking about, I know what I'm talking about.
It's true. That is always a good sign.
MP Materials.
They don't
you don't even understand.
Order submitted.
You just tripled. Your stock just tripled. I understand the deal. You want to figure out the deal. You know rare earth. I know rare stock. That's what I know. All right. Now it's not up enough, and it's going to be up even more. No. You just hit it out of the damn park. Shut up and ching-ching. Ring the register and quarter your position.
Order filled.
Do you think 15%, let's call it, the tariff rate rise at that level is not going to have an impact on growth?
There's a story on the tape right now. Tariffs already stunting
Order
world
canceled.
growth while markets shrug. That's the headline.
Our biggest problem is we have so much growth that the Fed won't cut. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, my
God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I take it right back.
Everybody,
I take it right back. That was big.
It's okay. We're in the moment.
I take it right
Order
back.
filled.
I take it right back. That was big.
Order filled.
Cable with a ticker, as Joe Kernan would say.
I take that back.
That's right.
Real people doing live TV.
No.
Jim, though, to your point,
take it back.
Goldman today, the most notable change.
I think I'm out of here.
No, you're fine. You're absolutely
Goldman
fine.
today, the most notable.
You want me to say one?
No, I just feel like enough with the rate cut and the economy's booming.
Let Carl talk now.
Goldman today, most notable change since the June Fed meeting, Jim, is that the data has begun to show clearer signs of below potential growth. Right? And they're looking for 3 cuts this year.
I don't know why they're looking for 3 cuts. Honest to God, the economy's fabulous. It's fabulous. Wow. The only company that's not doing well was Dow. It's the only guy that missed the numbers.
Barry Knapp's got a good Substack over the weekend, Jim. If you take out tech, communication services, and you just look at investment in outside the AI boom, profits are up 0.8%. And sales are up 3%.
It's fantastic.
He says that implies relatively soft nominal Q2 GDP.
But it's not soft enough. We have fabulous unemployment. It's really low. We have guys like Matthew Boss. What is the most sensitive to consumer spend? I would say Nike. He upgrades Nike. He actually pushes all the tech. All this apparel. Yeah. We have all of tech going higher. I mean, look at ARM going. I mean,
there's so many different weights in the economy. You talk about unemployment, and obviously we have this crackdown on immigration. You've got people being deported who are working, who obviously got to be replaced in some way, so there may be a labor shortage in certain areas of the economy. You've got AI, which is increasing efficiency, which is allowing businesses not to necessarily have to hire as much.
Look at that. There's the economy.
Peak of their profitability.
Or to lay off the peak of the profitability. You have certain companies that are benefiting enormously from bonus depreciation, a la many of the ones we mentioned last week. At the same time, you have companies that are eating the tariffs to a certain extent, and therefore their margins are not going to be as strong, but maybe they're the one, and
GM
I don't know.
GM
There's a lot
from 49 to 53 last week. If it's so bad, how bad is it supposed to go to 58?
Order
filled. GM went from 49 to 53.
Yeah.
I'm still reeling from the fact that I got so upset.
Order submitted.
I got so upset because
by the way, you've literally freaked out on the show in ways that nobody's ever seen. You've walked around, you've thrown things, and then
Well,
dropped that?
I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. I'm just saying
Order
that the
submitted.
economy's really strong. There are areas. The area that's bad and the area that the president's right on is housing.
Of course,
You've got to cut mortgage. You got to let the mortgage rate down. It has to come down.
Now we turn our attention to Stockholm and these talks with the Chinese. We're monitoring the president's bilateral with UK Prime Minister Starmer in Scotland. But meantime, Besson and Greer have arrived in Sweden. Let's get to our Eamon Javers. Hey, Eamon.
Hey, Carl, that's right. Here in Stockholm, we saw the arrival of the U.S. delegation just a short time ago. We saw Treasury Secretary Besson exit the motorcade, have a long handshake with the Prime Minister of Sweden before walking into the building. The building they're using here is the Prime Minister's residence and office building. So this is sort of the equivalent of the White House in Sweden. Both delegations are here. We also saw the Chinese delegation arrive. He Lifeng, who is the Vice Premier of China, arrived to lead their delegation. Interesting sort of behind the scenes TikTok on this. All the talks seem to have started about 2.5 hours after we were led to expect that they might. Not sure we can read anything into that. I am told by an official that the talks have begun inside the building behind us. And I can also tell you that this delegation is a little bit smaller than the delegation that we expected. That is, Howard Lutnick, who we were led to believe would be here, is not actually here for these talks, guys. So unclear, why the composition of the U.S. delegation changed at the last minute, but that is what we were told by officials, is that Jameson Greer and Treasury Secretary Besson are leading the U.S. talks here. Back over to you.
Eamon, you had a good breakdown of some of the potential silos of discussion, including TikTok, Russian oil, in addition to everything else regarding tariffs.
Yeah, there's so much on the table between these two countries, and what we can't really get a good fix on, Carl, is what exactly is part of this conversation, what is considered a separate track, and can you really have a separate track between the U.S. and Chinese delegations when it comes to these conversations, given that ultimately we do expect this is going to have to come down to a meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump at some point, possibly in the fall. People are pointing toward an October date for that. If those two leaders are meeting in the room, then everything in this relationship, security, economic, and everything else is probably going to be on the table. So how much of the discussion they're going to get into in the room here, though, in terms of TikTok and these other things, we don't know the answer to that. We're going to be trying to press for answers as we go along through the day. We are hoping for a briefing, at least from the U.S. side, when talks finish up tonight. It is afternoon here in Stockholm. In London last month, they went until about midnight, so we'll see how late they go here.
Order
Eamon,
canceled.
to the EU deal, this $600 billion
Order submitted.
investment in the U.S., again, this also came up in the Japan deal, the $650 billion, which I'm still trying to fully understand what that really is. Any clarity around that, or are we going to have to wait and see? Obviously, we know these are all preliminary, and we're going to have to wait and see real language about what that actually means.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait to see paper on that. The president of the EU Commission, though, said earlier today that she thinks a lot of that will be energy purchases from the United States. LNG, in particular, might make up the bulk of that. So we'll watch for the actual numbers when they come through. But clearly, the European Union wants to get off Russian gas to the extent that they can and shift over to U.S. supply. So that might be it. We also saw, assurances from officials that that number is over and above current consumption levels. So one of the questions in all of these deals has been, are they just double counting stuff that they were going to buy anyway? We're getting assurances that that's not the case. That would be additional purchases that wouldn't have happened anyway. Hard to sort of suss that out and break that out. I mean, how much of that would have happened eventually anyway? You just don't know. But at least for now, it looks like a lot of that will be energy, David.
There was these jarring comments, guys, from the Japanese negotiator, Akazawa, where he was asked about the $550 billion.
650.
650. And he was asked about what percentage would be actual investment. 1% to 2%. The vast majority, he argues, will be loans.
Loan guarantees. Yeah, again, we asked Lutnick about it last week. He made it sound as though it would be the president simply asks for some money and they come and they give it, and then 90% of the profits from whatever is built goes to the U.S. Again, Eamon, like you, I'm just waiting to see. And I understand the energy purchases by the EU, but there's a $600 billion number that simply says investment. And I don't know what that really means.
No. I don't think they... I think the people in the White House who don't really know. honestly, it's a number put out. I mean, it's a number put out, and this is going to keep happening.
Yep.
I mean, I heard sovereign wealth fund. I heard that it's going to be divided among certain industries. I get the sense that there's just a check being written somewhere, but we don't even know if it's a loan. It's just not clear.
No, it's not clear. Yeah, sorry, Eamon, go ahead.
Yeah, Jim, I was just going to say that, I mean, I think you're right to some extent. I mean, President Trump's negotiating style is, you know, the teams bring him something on paper, and he takes the Sharpie out and starts crossing things off and asking for more, right? And so one of the ways in which countries deal with that is they leave this sort of, you know, asterisk category of investment for the end, and then they plus that up to a certain amount so that President Trump feels as if he's gotten an additional amount at the end of the negotiation. So he can push, they can give, and then they work it out what the heck that's going to be on the back end.
Order submitted.
Yeah. $650 billion is about 15% of Japan's current GDP. It's just an enormous number. Again, we don't know over what time period, but just coming back to that. We'll continue to try and see if we can get more. Yeah.
Eamon, appreciate the presence in Stockholm today. We'll check back with you later. We are hearing from the president a few moments ago who talked specifically about tariffs. Take a listen.
Well, we'll be announcing our pharmaceuticals sometime in the very near future. We have a very big plan on pharmaceuticals. We want to bring a lot of the pharmaceuticals back to America where they should be. If you look at COVID, it sort of taught us a lesson. We were getting our pharmaceuticals from other countries. We almost didn't make any. We used to make them ourselves, and we're going to want to be making a lot of them ourselves, all of them.
Order filled.
But you also have a good pharmaceutical business. We'll be dealing with you on pharmaceuticals also. And we certainly feel a lot better with your country working on pharmaceuticals for America than some of the other countries that were with the relationship we have. You would not use that as a cudgel. You wouldn't be using it as a block. But we're going to be announcing sometime very soon, I think, pharmaceuticals are our whole thing. And the companies know. And drug prices are going to be coming down very substantially in the U.S., very, very substantially. And that'll happen very soon. No, go ahead. Hold it.
That is the president.
Good morning. Oh, I'm long at 497, so I need to get out. I was long at 480 earlier, so I got out of those. So, a couple more bags. Just wait for the open. We got 18 minutes, 10 minutes actually. 15 minutes. Looks like it's oversold, but 3 minutes looks like it's dropping more. But we'll see. I think we're gonna bounce later at open. That's just me. But I do want to stay flat.
It's not clear. GM is pretty big market over there. But I just think that what happens is I don't think people realize, having done business in Italy, they won't buy anything from us. They just don't. I mean, it looks like that they take our stuff. Try buying some American stuff. It's not even available. Right. And the president knows it. Right. I mean,
will this actually eliminate trade barriers in a real way?
I think it will.
You do?
I do. I think that they can't get away.
I hope a pump is coming. I'm stuck in the long. Well, bot went short, so bot's getting chopped out on the long and the short.
Not a small economy. But no, look, everything's Germany over there. Germany, look, they're trying to struggle with Chinese cars. That's what they're trying to struggle.
Well, that's not part of this. That's just an overall struggle the Japanese and the Germans both have.
Well, it's existential for them.
Not to mention our automakers too, and every other market outside the U.S. I mean,
let's not forget this.
BYD, Johnny, they're Mark Field said it last week. They're the best positioned in the world, the domestic Chinese automakers. That was his.
Yeah, look at the Jonas from today. Who's gaining share?
That's why it's 50% tariff on steel, because that's transshipment. Aluminum is Canada killed us. Ooh, I don't think that's going to continue.
Jim, you got our A-block. A-block's on fire so far.
On fire. Yes, maybe Irish soap. My mom would say, "Give me Irish. Get some Irish soap over there."
Take a look at the pre-market. We will get Kramer's Mad Dash in a minute. We'll talk about some of the earnings headed our way. There's some big ones, including some mega cap tech names that are flirting with 20% year-to-date gains. Don't go away.
ridiculous as us, being corporate types.
Let's begin. Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, why don't we handle my agent, Gary? Bubbly water, no bubbles. So what did you do this weekend?
The huge. Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents. What are we doing?
Just call.
What up? I'm stuck in the long at 497, but it's an eval. I just need $100 to pass, but now I'm down 200. Yeah, but it's the take profit I've been working on for a while. I gotta start YOLOing it soon. Especially my 150K.
Pharmacist and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
We got 8 minutes. Have you traded yet? And bot went long and then switched to short and I got stuck in the long. Yeah, a long at 519 and it's short at 473, so stuck. Yeah. And I think the short might be good for a little bit, but 15 minutes over so area going towards there. Morning. I want to get out and pump it open. Yes, it's a huge drop overnight. 100 points overnight. For some reason, we dropped. Yeah. So I'm just hoping to pump. 2 MNQ at 497. It gets eval, so I'm not too worried. I'm close to hitting the buffer on the second TPT Pro Gambit, and it's nearly $80 more. And I'm back to my 2, yeah. I don't, I'm up $50. I'm not gonna touch that. Just wait for my payout tonight.
We got an opening bell about 7 minutes from now on this Monday morning. Take a look at shares of Intel because that is the subject of the Mad Dash. Okay, so
I mean, the good spot to long for me, I would do long at 381 if we ever hit. 350 would be nice too. But the news is just too bullish to be dumping like this unless Trump tweeted something stupid.
I think if you're thinking about the impact, the government gave them $8.5 billion.
Yeah.
And also loaned $11 billion. David, this is not coming together for the Biden administration.
Meaning what?
Meaning that, look, I'm sure Liv Bhutan is going to pay. He's the new CEO, but it looks like that they picked the wrong horse. And it says to people, particularly this government now, that you've got to be very careful when you have a government that is choosing who's going to win. Because they chose a loser. A big loser.
More importantly, you've been
We have a lot of data today. Let me see.
Liv Bhutan in terms of what he can do with it, and you still believe that?
Yeah, nothing. Well, Joke's job opening starts in 30 minutes. That's about it. Nothing today. I can't see the color. It don't look good, but maybe it's orange. I don't know. I'm looking at the econ bot, doc econ bot.
Facility, hoping people will come in. He was so critical about that.
It's not just Intel. Benson had some critical remarks about TSM's Arizona fab, saying it might only supply 7% of U.S. demand.
There's
Oh, it's red?
I think that there's an exaggeration maybe out of Japan.
Oh,
Like the billions I think that this was, we're going to relook at just what happened and really question whether this was the right thing.
Oh, it's dropping. Don't drop it open again. I just went long. No, that just...
But, you know, I was considered to be someone who didn't know what I was talking.
Come on, man. Pump is that open. No! No. I'm long at 469 on my tick.
Order filled. Throughout the trading session. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
Yep, got out.
Closing bell overtime for Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
I'm taking 3 points. One ain't Q though.
Creations Mexican hot chocolate. One of over 40 unique ice cream flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
$25. Oh, one tick? Whatever. It's $20 a point. Yeah. Can't do one tick. It's not enough. It's looking ugly now. Even the 15 minutes looking ugly. Ew.
I play different.
Okay. Well, this week I need to finish all my eval. I'll touch the fund that left. Work on the eval. This drop blew a lot of people, is what I'm reading on Discord from other Discord.
Innovation changes everything.
I know, but I get people along it at 500 and they end up blowing it. Yeah, but Deacon's heavy side a lot, yeah.
Begins with a sheet of paper, a couple bolts, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades. At GE Aerospace, we turn what ifs into what's next.
The bot is short now, SK. Bot shorted at 473, but I don't like the short. Because 15 minutes overbought, oversold area. But 3 minutes has room to go down. So if we hit 400, I might long. Well, your short was good, SK.
The opening bell is brought to you by New Bean. Invest like the future is watching.
We are entering a huge week for earnings. More than 150 S&P 500
You want to get Apple puts, Gambit on Thursday?
Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, the latter three among
Mugo.
components due out.
Mugo, say something, Mugo. Fucking say something. Get on a mobile phone. Yeah, Biggie. Yeah, my boys. Alright, he's getting it strong now. He's getting his microphone. Oh shit. Well, give me one pump. Let me get out. Let me get out my long. That bot short screen for 15 points. I need 97. Yep, now it's dropping. Son of a... After the last 3 days now, it's been dropping at open.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah. Alright, caught a $60 in that short. Not long. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get me out. Yeah, yes sir. Yes sir. Let me get out. I'm just gonna take it and get. Come on, a little bit more.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
All right, I'm out. I'll take a $10 L. I'll come back later. I need to learn to cut it better. And you piece of shit. Now it's gonna go up. Yeah, I got scared. Oh well, it's fine. Yeah. Be safe. Yeah. Right, let me long at 65. I went along at 65.
Order submitted.
Yeah. Let's go, baby. Get some payouts. Apex and hurry and pay me, piece of shit. Oh fuck, I'm on YouTube, remember? Okay. Keep dropping. I went long. Oh, you shorting? I was like, that's a good short you did. Follow the bot. The bot got me fucked. Yeah, fuck that bot. I do want a long. Let me long at 68. Come on.
Guys, we are hearing from the president still in this bilateral with Starmer.
Good job, dude. Got $500? Hell yeah. TV. Oh, Trump. It's the replay, so it's not new.
In Europe, in other
Yeah,
places,
now, right now, it's just a replay. Earlier, it wasn't.
say anything bad. You know, we're doing so well, even without the rate cut. With the rate cut, it would be better. It affects our housing a little bit. Look, we should.
Yo, Mugo, where you at, dude?
Slower. Each point is $360 billion. Can you imagine that? That's big numbers. Each point.
No, it don't look like it's gonna drop because the 3 minutes trying to curve back up. I'm gonna have to go long. I'm not gonna go one long.
Those are big numbers in the U.S. Everything's big.
Yeah, I did one long at 83. I can average down.
Order canceled. Order filled.
There you go. Now I need $30. I just got out.
Order submitted.
Go back down. Go back down, man. Well, let me get back in. Okay, I'm in. I'm in the 84. I'm doing one MAQ at a time until I pass this 50K. Come on, baby. Don't fuck me. I'm out. Alright, now I need $30 to $20.
Generate deficits. What impact
Order
the collection
submitted.
of tariffs being so much higher right now will do in terms of adding to the revenue side? The president keeps talking about a 40 basis point cut in rates.
Order submitted.
Obviously, we're not going to
Order
get that.
filled.
I mean, that will take years.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
Good movement, though.
To do, and therefore it's unclear.
Order filled.
The issue at the long end, I guess, but it's unclear the savings.
Order
that he's
submitted.
talking about in terms of our interest on our national debt.
They got to finance really short term, which is not being a great idea.
Come on, dump this Ponzi. That's a good long. Good long, Chris.
That's not I'm saying that if everything is based on his chips, we are a new kind of reserve cars, and it's kind of exciting.
NVIDIA's GPU is the new dollar.
New semiconductor. It's another thing that we're great at.
One more dip. Just give me one more dip, please.
This is what's written on. That's what are they going to build? What's written on? And you have to write on NVIDIA. David, instead of what?
Order submitted. Will help us shine. They could, and now they're allowing, obviously, NVIDIA chips to be sold into that market again. That was a big move. Moving the stock. We need to talk about what Tesla has to do in order to get chips by going to Samsung. They're going to, yeah, that said, I don't, listen, it's always hard to judge what's happening in China with clarity. Right. But they do seem to be moving very quickly in terms of their ability to, they're not going to match NVIDIA. No way. They're not.
If it can get over 500, I think it's gonna run. There you go.
You see in certain areas they far surpass the solar batteries, things of that nature. So you can't just
Nice.
them in any way. But to your point, and the point that I think Jensen made is, wouldn't it be better if we were in the market rather than out of it, and allow them to continue to innovate so they equal, if not exceed us at some point? And people feel that Jensen said, why would they use us for the military? And we know what they're going to be doing with the chips. Right. Look, I know there are people hardcore fight this decision. Well, they fight. But in the end, I agree with Jensen. I think it's hard to do since he's so brilliant. But yeah, you want everything written on us. You want us to be the only guys in town. Because that would be, well, back to the larger issue of CapEx. So Alphabet increased
You guys stopped
CapEx
out?
by $10 billion. 75 to 85, and obviously some of that is going to pay for those chips that you're discussing. But working. What are we going to see from Meta? What are we going to see from Amazon? Do you expect similar increases or maintain? They have to, because it turns out that what is needed is speed.
Oh, talking about this. What is it? ETF restricted fund? I need to ask the guys if we can have some for August.
They'll say, well, yeah, tell me how bad this quarter was, and they'll like find how bad it is. I think a lot of this is they don't have the ability to be able to scrub as much as they like, and that's the weakness with the systems. You need to go faster. They can include more. They need to make deals.
Are you still on?
They scrape the wrong stuff. Scrape the germ.
Okay, I'll join you. I'm long at 97 now. Come on. Give daddy a push.
The one that's on the red hot because they're again today. People are saying they're going to have to talk about how Google the check might not come that they get to be the reserve.
Damn it, I'm not liking this.
People are talking about the Epic decision. People are talking about slowdown service. People are talking about a gap in new hardware. And then
Yeah, I'm still in.
Lack of AI strategy, and yet the stock.
I'm not liking it.
190, 180, where a lot of the bear stocks. No, that is true. I mean, it is.
I have a bad long at 97. I think I'm gonna get out. Yeah, I'm out. Whew, just in time. I might try 91 too long.
$4.26 trillion. Guys, we're getting ready, as we've said, for so many of the earnings that will be coming later this week that we'll be covering closely. But right now, still digesting something from last week. You were here Friday for that charter for the and by the way, if they put up good faces, you read that? I had to put that through every single one.
Okay, come on, baby. Give me a pump. Let me pass this fucking thing.
I mean, Bernstein comes out in defense today in charter, which is down another 2%.
1 MNQ.
It's not the greatest, but
I need $100. I'm just doing one at a time. Taking $10 each. Yeah. Come
CapEx
on.
actually has peaked already. I was talking about that on Friday. At least that was the position of some of the bulls who, and people do mention positioning all the time, but there are I think a lot of these pods we maybe don't talk about enough because they dominate trading in so many ways. Millennium, Citadel, some of these other firms may have been long this thing coming in a way that they shouldn't have been, but it is ugly. It has had an impact on our parent company stock, which is now $33.48 now. We'll see what we get from Comcast, Jim. We reports this week as well. In terms of broadband, which is not a growth business. I mean, when I read through the charter conference call,
My TTM showing it's gonna pump, but my oscillator, I can't tell. It's just too choppy.
I think the market is the arbiter.
Should have waited for a better long. But...
They're dream. I mean, they're cable. They are believe that at some point growth will return to the broadband business. They lost 111,000 residential customers. You and I, we sat at this test for years now talking about fixed wireless. It's a real thing. T-Mobile, I can remember having the conversations years ago. Oh, it doesn't propagate. Oh, it doesn't see through to run out. And you know what? I mean, here we are.
hundreds of millions of fixed wireless subscribers have been added.
Quarter, T-Mobile, the exact opposite of Charter's beautiful.
Yeah.
And you know, I like Mike. He's very boisterous, but that was just
Yeesh, that does not look good.
450, right to center field. Fantastic work by Mike. And a lot of it was share, but fixed wireless is just, it's not, remember they used to say it was like going to stop at 7 mil? It's unlimited.
Right. Well, we talked about the capacity constraints.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're past the technological constraints conceivably, but very interesting dynamic going on there.
And David, the value of the package, the cable, traditional cable package.
The video package. Well, Charter's done a lot to address that, and they actually did quarter to quarter have only 8,000 video losses. So that was down.
Yeah, you know,
I mean, sorry, that was better.
You know, what is the key for companies to invest where businesses is down only slightly as opposed to live? That's my kind of business.
So you're going to be a big proponent of Versa when we come public, then I guess.
I don't know what that is. I'm not talking about it.
Are you long, Gambit?
You're never going to talk about it.
What are you playing?
People say I want to make a lot of money. If I talk it down,
Playing Hallelujah when we talked about our parents.
Come on, give me the pump, baby. Give me the pump.
People gonna say, was the board any good? Well, it's like I feel like I should play chat. You know, when the board's really good.
Come on, don't be a dick.
The board is good. That's why Rock's really friendly.
Let me get out. At 93, so I can redo later. Here we go. $93 now. We're gonna try long at 88.
When they get to speed, they are going to be perfect.
This is funny. Come on, little drop. Let me get it. Come on. There we go.
They can't reason yet.
Alright.
When they reason, then
I'm long at 88 now. Give me 91 and I'm out.
Majors in computer science are these days, Carl, but my guess is they're down.
There's
I mean, you can't even imagine how much it must be down.
I did say about the who's losing their job, and it was a setup because it's all these people kind of second year, third year. What are we gonna do with them? Yeah, it's like well, we
I passed exactly on the dot. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm done. I need to log out that account.
That's by far the best piece I've seen. It's remarkable. I salute him. I know he comes on. He's terrific. And, you know, he's talking about AI related. Now, here's what the jobs are.
Switch that to something else. Eve Sims, I don't touch that. Now let's work on 150K.
It's only getting
Order
starting to self-correct. It's starting
Order submitted.
I'm still here. When I talk to a handful of CEOs in that industry, they're just not going to hire any more software engineers. They're very, very few.
They're very few. And I feel like a lot of them are saying, let's just wait. We don't need to hire anybody now. It's so expensive to fire people.
So people are still going over Nadella's memo 2 or 3 days ago about laying off workers when the company has never done better, and whether or not Silicon Valley is going to export sort of the notion of the profitable layoff, like from now on.
I've got to tell you, Nadella he's the fist with the velvet glove. He's so tough. I mean, you know, people talk about Zuckerberg being tough. Zuckerberg's like giving out contracts, and you know, it's like Benita, the guy Benita. He's like giving out Benita contracts.
Oh, Bobby Bonilla. In lifetime contracts.
Let me see that 3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes looks like still want to go down.
To your point, yes, the numbers that Zuckerberg is willing to part with in terms of building their AI there, and it started with Alexander Wang, of course, and it's continued from there, are staggering. They are staggering.
Well,
What
it's
he's
about
willing to
content,
spend.
guys. The workers own the media production. That's what we always learn in college. Fine. You're not playing the role, man. Yeah, trust me.
Your buddy trust.
This is like the first time I've ever seen these guys get it. You know, the CEOs make so much money. Suddenly, the guys who come up with the stuff making huge amount of money. It's great.
Well, yeah, the founders make an enormous amount.
I think it's kind of like the NBA. They finally realize where the
If you're a star, you're a star, right? And if you're in demand.
It's been having all bangers for a while.
Boeing makes planes, and if you're a star, you're a star.
Thank you. You were on fire. At least I'm not dropping F-bombs.
I think we're gonna go back up. Oh wow, yeah.
Over at JPM, they members, Nike, for the first time in 13 months.
No, I was thinking that Nike would have another.
I don't want to
I think
chase.
that they're still too loaded. I thought that the Hoka quarter, Denver's Hoka quarter was better. On-On's quarter was really good. I think that the Foot Locker, that Foot Locker by Dick's is an acknowledgement that the Foot Locker's getting the right Nikes. I think
It's choppy right now.
I think they need another cut.
See, we chase, it goes back down. If we hit like 480, I might long. Yeah.
I just think it's still a little too early. I think that industry clustered around Nike, and that Nike's no longer seems to have the athletic edge that they want to have.
And still, to be fair, navigating the tariff world as well. Vietnam obviously an important part of their production, where it actually ends up, that still remains.
It's the AI related
See,
chips.
bot bot might go long in a little bit, so we'll see. Bot's getting chopped though. Getting chopped out today, big time. Not liking it.
Broadcom's moving up again, this giant company. Yeah. These are what let's again speak of the stock market rather than what Sweden's going to do. What's happening in Sweden. The stock market is reacting incredibly positive stuff. And there are people who don't want to react.
No, it's not auto trading. It's not set up for that. But it's connected to one of my eval.
2% this year. Well, that's how Tanny's doing. So $1.37 trillion market cap.
Just upset because a lot of it is that we bet Houghton. I had Houghton in
What price?
San Francisco.
That's pretty good.
He's not nearly as much respected as he should be. He's a tough guy. Very tough. In the industry, a lot of tough guys. But this Lip Bhutan...
Just confused with his directions.
To your point, talking about tough guys.
It's hard. It's just wicking up and down. Look at that.
Two, I believe, Elon Musk in terms of overall net worth. Revision, big time. He owns 40+% of work.
He got his earnings this week too, so it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a hard week.
Do they deserve to be celebrated? Because they
Today nobody big. Waste management really. But tomorrow we have Visa, Starbucks, Spotify, and then Wednesday and Thursday are big. Facebook, Amazon, Apple. Yeah, but Visa had nothing to do with tech, so it won't do anything for us.
Maybe not so great, not so bad. As we kick their cars out, their cars would destroy
Yeah.
The President continues to make comments in this bilateral with the Prime Minister of the UK. One more listen.
But today is just chop fest for sure.
Another meeting right now, and we have a good relationship with China. But China's tough.
There we go.
And like you're tough, we're all tough.
The market is open.
But we're going to see what happens.
I need 3 more hundreds on my tick-tick to actually pass, get my point.
Good for everybody.
I did.
Great deals. We're
I saw it.
Deals that are good for us, but we want them to be good for everybody. It's important. It's sometimes I'll do something that I shouldn't do because it's not very important for our country, but it's very meaningful for the country on the other side. And I'll let them have that point because it's very important for them. So I don't know, but we made a lot of deals in the last couple of months. And then ultimately, as you might as well know, we're going to just, because we have, you have 200 countries, more, but people don't know that. You got a lot of countries. And I wouldn't want to sit down with 200.
Look at that, went right back up.
We got that.
Yeah.
Tough negotiators. These are, smart people, but tough negotiators. They know what they want. And, but we're going to be setting a tariff.
It's oversold, but I just don't know when it's going to pump up. No, I'm not a bear, Jenny. Today I'm actually not a bear.
Just finished Indonesia. They opened up their country. We just finished Japan. They opened up their country. Japan opened up the country. They were totally closed. They opened up to our cars, even to rice. Rice was a big deal. They would never take anybody else's rice. They'd take it rice. But they opened up their country. Philippines, we just finished. They opened up their country. They were very close. I'd love to see China open up their country. We're dealing with China right now, as we speak. Yeah, we're dealing with.
The other comment this morning, guys, he did acknowledge what he called real starvation in Gaza, and he argues he's not really interested in dealing with Putin anymore, as he's threatening to shorten the amount of time before secondary sanctions kick in.
I think they're busy trying to get some deal maybe with China to not take Russian oil. That's the Chinese one.
Yeah, there's a lot involving with China. Obviously, also we're keeping an eye on TikTok, for example, and for any number of reasons, including it'll be a huge business story if and when that does change hands. But one would think that would be a part of the overall negotiations with China as well, as terms of whether they will allow that on the chip.
I think that's going to be the toughest one. Final Chinese, not the other. Oh,
Canada could be, yeah.
I think Canada's really good.
Carney's been laying the groundwork for no deal last couple of days.
Carney means business, and I can't believe how
I really need to touch my trade day. I don't got that much days.
our countries things. I mean, they wiped out. They wiped out.
Or what?
Order submitted.
She was dirty. We let them have it. Theirs is cleaner. Hydro. The Chinese destroyed our rare earth.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just what happened, and I think the president needs to be a little more explanatory about why these things happen, so that people don't think that we're just saying to Canada, who's a great ally.
Well, even when he's talking about pharma, if you explain that, it becomes a national security issue, if you can't manufacture antibiotics in your own country, it may become a bit clearer in terms of why it's important, or at least to have the ability.
Yeah, the messaging's got to improve, because otherwise people say, my stuff's going up in price.
Well, and as for our own automakers, why are you able to build here and pay 50 on steel, 25 on parts, but you can build in Japan and pay 15? That doesn't make a lot of sense for some.
Japan got a good deal. I'm afraid that Korea's going to be
Good deal. It's still 15% for everybody.
Korea builds a lot here, but they really just assemble. Look, I'm a student of Peter Navarro. I admit that.
You're not a free trader. We know that.
I'm a fair trade. I want fair trade.
As we go to break, what a week it's going to be for bonds. We get jolts tomorrow, and then we start chopping through things like the Fed decision, ADP, revised GDP, PCE, claims, and of course, ISM, UMISH, and the jobs number on Friday.
Hey, look at that. Oh, you missed out.
Brought to you by PIMCO, a global active fixed income.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Let me see its gold doing good.
77 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
And gold's nasty.
I love Rise mushroom coffee, and not just because I love good drinking it. I also like the improved focus, all-day energy. Plus, it's easy on the stomach. That's because we use only the best organic mushrooms, like Stumpy Warthog, Bird in the Bushes, and Found a Hair in Marsupius, which sound like made-up names, because they are. Rise mushroom coffee. Drink it cold or hot, like me.
When expectations are high, there's no room for uncertainty. To maximize impact, your logo needs to look great, on the right gear, and arrive on time. And that starts with 4imprint. To get your brand noticed, visit 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain. When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy-to-customize themes, sell everywhere people shop, and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout.
Man, look at that drop.
See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today. Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you can have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get the doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare. And Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. So call now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
When I was in college, I was a bank teller.
No, move
and
left.
I had no idea that I would one day be covering the banking system. Ambition is fueled by curiosity. It's that constant
Discord.
quest. CNBC is the network for ambitious people.
Let's get to Jim and Stock. Research had a really great call today. Today took Texas Instruments from hold to buy. Last week, Texas Instruments had a downbeat quarter, and people therefore presumed that things were going to be bad. I don't think that at all. I think that they just don't like to have hoopla. And I respect them. I think that their notion of not showing off
You
very
got
much,
a mic now?
you know, contrast that with Charter. It seemed like what a great
Mugo.
quarter. Centene.
Mugo.
You can't get away with that. You want the stocks down big, don't just go out and hand. Hairsuit. Really? Come on. But Texas Instruments, they didn't play the game, and I think it's just great that they don't play the game. Like
Wolf says on the cusp of a cyclical recovery.
they sure are. It's really
Take your profit, SK. That's good 20 points.
I came to play, obviously. Look, you're fired up. And you want to bring signature. Well, I came in really hot. I came in after, I had that fiery time in my garden, which I do speed gardening. It's just got you going. It's like liquid ox. You got locks. Liquid ox, my kind of locks.
Jim, we'll see you tonight. There's a look at Jim in the garden over the weekend. As S&P record high, down 100. Don't go anywhere.
I mean, you come on, man. You got to tell employees, take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Attract and retain that top talent. You know, black that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected.
Have you traded yet, Gambit? Yeah, you're still sitting flat.
So call today at aflac.com/firm.
Heck, am I long? Oh, you're shorting. Oh, damn. I don't know why I don't short today. I've been longing.
Make sure your brand shows up strong. Visit
You can see that I don't see. I see everything's oversold.
This week, Dave.
15 minutes still oversold. It's still on the bottom. Yeah. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Uptrend. I'm just looking for a good dip.
Stock market outlook plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured.
I think it's still, that's a Trump still speaking.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit.
Yeah.
1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement
Leave Bill Clinton alone. That's all he does. He talks shit about Clinton, Trump, Biden. I don't know. That's all he can do. He's a piece of shit president. But just too old. I need someone young. Biden was shit too. Yeah, that should be. Under 65. Biden was shit. Trump was shit. That's a good long. Look at that drop. Oh, wow, nice, nice. I don't know. It feels like the market's waiting on something. I don't think it's gonna drop again. I think it's gonna pump.
Genius Act is
Yeah.
focused on stablecoins. The United States government has put its stamp of approval on a very important digital asset. You can't have a socialist city in a capitalist nation.
It does for me.
What is very important is that the president choose a person who will defend the Fed's independence.
Oh, you trying to get out your short? Oh, 525. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4 more evals I need to finish. Damn, my internet's garbage. Keep disconnecting.
Treasuries as well, with the yield curve a little hotter, index-wise on stocks, tech and
Yeah.
lifting today. Coming up this hour, Rockefeller's Rashir Sharma.
That loss gotta be longer.
He's called What the World Got Wrong About Tariffs. He'll join us to discuss following news of this EU trade framework and a lot on the trade talks today with China. We'll get you set up for the busiest week of earnings season with more than a fifth of the S&P and nearly a third of the Dow getting ready to report results.
All right, we're monitoring President Trump's bilateral with UK Prime Minister Starmer in Scotland. They're talking a lot about a lot of different things, trades, the Fed, of course, rates, something the president likes to come back to. In the meantime, Treasury Secretary Bessent is meeting with his Chinese counterparts in Stockholm. That kicking off a new round of
So ask Tick for the next month where I can get like 100K straight to funded plus. Because 50K, everybody blew up already.
Stockholm. We are sort of officially now in the phase where we're waiting for the puff of white smoke coming out over the Rosenbad, which is just to my right here. That is sort of the equivalent of the White House here in Sweden. That is the Prime Minister's office. We saw the Prime Minister of Sweden coming out, greeting the delegations as they arrived earlier. We saw the Chinese motorcade arrive just a short time before the U.S. motorcade arrived. Treasury Secretary Bessent is there, and he's leading this trade negotiation along with Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative. So much on the table here, as you guys have been talking about through the morning. The key question here is whether or not we can get an extension of the deal that they came to in London a month ago. That was a 90-day deal. That expires, we believe, on August 12th. And so the
That was a good short game, but if you hit it.
Down the road here, and at least extend out the current agreements to the fall to a point where we might be able to see a meeting between Xi Jinping and President Trump in person to sign a bigger deal. So expectations here relatively low. Jameson Greer was out setting the bar pretty low earlier today on American TV, saying he didn't think necessarily was even a guarantee they could get that extension of the deadline. So we'll wait and see. And as I said, we're waiting for the puff of white smoke from the building.
All caps supposed to be filled? No. That's what Roger told me.
They just kind of revert back to the levels that they had back in April?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, after that extension, what you would see is a snapback to the levels that happened before Geneva, right? And so you could have very, very high tariffs.
At 3 minutes upside, we go down to 505 or 500. I might long. Yeah, let me set it in for long at 500. Gotta YOLO this account. Why you such a bear today, dude?
They offer something there. What about the TikTok deal that's been sort of hanging out there in abeyance for months now? All of that's part of the mix. We don't know what's officially on the table here, but certainly if Donald Trump and Xi Jinping are going to meet at some point, all of the entire relationship is going to be on the table. That includes, military,
Mine's all long.
security issues, economic issues, diplomatic issues, cultural things. There are Americans who are being limited from leaving China right now. All of that presumably would be in the mix as well for that bigger deal. We don't expect breakthroughs on all those points here in Stockholm today and tomorrow.
Eamon, appreciate that. Stay very close. Our image ever is in Stockholm. The president's been making some comments in this bilateral. He's covered the Fed and rates. He's covered China, Gaza, and Russia, and now some comments on aluminum and steel. Take a listen.
For the world.
Connection lost.
Somewhere in the 15 to 20% range.
They just finished? Okay. Move it on up, baby. Pump, pump, pump. I need 500 though, so I can long. Flat.
Aluminum.
I think we missed the pump. Give me just 500. I'm not gonna change that. I'm not gonna chase. 500 or nothing. Come on, Apex. Approve my payout. I need my evals. Oh, Apex people? Let me see. Apex people long. 47% long NQ. 56% long Dow. And 37 long ES. So, prop games all long.
Sticking with trade this morning, our next guest is out with a new piece in the FT. It's called What the World Got Wrong About Tariffs. Joining us this morning, Rockefeller Chairman Rashir Sharma. Rashir, good to have you back. Good morning.
Great to be here.
Your piece is great. You talk about what people thought was going to happen with the dollar. You talk about what people thought was going to happen with stagflationary impacts. But your overall point seems to be that the world's a lot more complicated than just one thing like tariffs or one man like Trump.
Exactly. I think that you're so obsessed with Trump and tariffs, but that's the only factor we think which is driving the economy and financial market. But what I argue in the piece is this, that the reason why the tariffs are not having an overall impact as bad as feared in the aggregate data is because the negative impulse from the tariffs is being offset by the AI mania that we are seeing, by the fact that in the latest budget bill, there are tax offsets which counters some of the hit that corporations are taking from the higher tariffs, and also the fact that even though tariffs are pushing up some consumer prices from toys to sporting goods, it's being offset by a decline in energy costs, in rents, and possibly used cars as well. So that's my point, that we get obsessed with one factor. Something similar happened in 2023 when we thought the Fed's massive rate hike would lead to a recession. And at that point in time, we learned later that the AI spending boom and the massive fiscal stimulus kept offsetting the Fed rate hike. I think that something similar is at play this year.
So, there's, to Carl's point of the one you're making, there's so many cross currents. So where does it mean we stand right now? Efficiencies being gained from AI, huge CapEx spending on AI, for example. Revenues being taken in by these tariffs that are going to be at a 50%
Yeah, this is
rate
boring.
across the board, conceivably helping on the deficit. Meanwhile, we got a big bill that just passed that conceivably will hurt on the deficit, and a dollar that was down more in the first half of the year than we've seen since 1973. So where do we stand then, given all of that?
I think they're pretty much unchanged as far as the U.S. economy is concerned, which is that you have the negative impulse from tariffs. About 80% of that is being absorbed by U.S. corporations and U.S. consumers. About 20% is being absorbed by the foreign suppliers. But as I said, that because of the capex boom that we're seeing due to AI, just the hyperscalers, their capex estimates have gone up from $290 billion at the beginning of the year to over $350 billion now. That's a massive boost, and there's a $100 billion tax offset.
I hope you're not short, Gambit.
In the budget bill. So I think that's offsetting the damage being done.
3 minutes. 3 minutes got the upside. 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes is curving up now. If it's, we can get a big upside soon. Let me show you on the screenshot. Okay, that's at 15 minutes. Look, you see it's trying to curve up. It's already at the bottom, so if it's curving up, we got a long way up. Yeah, not yet. I think it's waiting on something, so I need a dip and I'll go re-long. I'll join you. Let me know when you're short. I'll go with you. You wanna go 530? Yeah, it's up to you. You tell me. I'll follow you. 540. Okay, let's put in 540. Let me put that in. 2NQ. Let's go. Yeah, 540 short, 500 long, 2NQ. If I blow, I'm just gonna blend you. Yeah, everything's looking good. That's why I say I don't know about short, but I'll just follow you. I mean, it's good when you hit a couple points in.
Of the economy, it's leading to the capex boom as well. So I think that is going to be the big story, to be honest with you, for the U.S. economy on a net basis. I think that the vulnerability lies with the deficit, and if the politicians think that they can keep pushing the string here, and they're going to go for an even higher deficit, that's where the pushback comes. You mentioned about Japan's debt to GDP being much higher, but remember the U.S. is much more dependent on foreign savings to fund the deficit. Japan
Yeah,
is
Buck
not.
got wrecked today for sure.
In the U.S., the situation is a bit more vulnerable, and I think that, but for now, we're in the midst of this massive AI mania, and that
Are you
AI
short?
mania is also helping the U.S. fund the
My
deficit.
long's about to hit. It hit 500.
Of the AI action, they want to buy U.S. products when it comes to AI, and I think that that's really what's going on. So these cross-cutting side work. I'm trying to explain here that why have we not seen a
Oh, you're watching the book map?
already, even though the U.S. is already getting 1% of GDP in tax revenues from the tariffs. So I think that's my main thrust of the piece. But yeah, I think that the AI mania and the fact that the budget deficit is still being financed are two factors offsetting.
We'll see. And let's see the bottom. It's gonna switch too long. Not yet. Yeah.
Close to a 2-year high. I wonder if you think the market's beginning to settle in on maybe not stagflation, but certainly
I don't know. I didn't think the bot's gonna short that quick, and it went short right away.
Negative stuff, but still it's pretty much in check, Carl. I mean, they said that a couple of years ago, and it said that the U.S. is going to be running out.
No, it didn't hit on mine. It didn't fill.
GDP, what do you think happens? I think all of us would have thought there's going to be a rise in the bond market.
No.
Here we are at 6.5%.
Oh really? Not mine. Well, are you on Tradeobate? Oh. Maybe you went on M&Q. On NQ it didn't hit. Yeah, NQ didn't hit. I can see 400. Nice. You got a good long then.
From the tariffs, all of this would be showing up much more in the data and the U.S. economy.
Right. That's one more reason why we certainly hope the AI thread is a sturdy one. Ruchir, great piece, very provocative. Look forward to talking next time. Ruchir Sharma.
Thanks, Scott.
Take a look at our roadmap for the rest of the hour. After the break, the busiest week of earnings season gets underway. We'll talk about the market setup into one of the most important weeks of the year.
Plus, Tesla just signed a massive multi-billion-dollar chip supply deal, and it isn't with NVIDIA. We'll have the details for you.
And the
Good long. That's what I wanted, but it didn't hit.
RBC is Salima Croft about the European Union's pledge to buy $750 billion of U.S. energy. A big show ahead. Swap on the Street is back after this break.
We go. Just YOLO that shit. You only have 600 DD left on your Pro. Wait till you get new lower day and max contract and YOLO. Consider dead. Who cares? Just consider dead. Long at lower day. There we go. I know you can hear me on voice. Typing takes too long. So long at 460 or 450, put a long, and you do 3 NQ. I promise you, you're gonna blow it or make a lot of money. Just think of this: if you blow it, we can do our TPT challenge next week. I'll get you a freebie.
Becky, I think they're asking which is more important for me to do.
Okay, this market is shit. Let me try to promote somebody. Let me promote TickTick. I love TickTick now. Oh, yo, later Gambit, this week, sign up to TickTick and finish the KYC. They have Project X and Tradeobate, so you can trade in there. TickTick trade. Oh, I'll DM you so you can get the stuff done. I gotta make sure everybody get the KYC before I give it out. I'm about to get 2 payouts coming up if I'm do it. If I don't mess up. Let me get you the link. The 50K, you just make $250 a day to get 1 point. Get 10 points, you can cash out $1,200. So 50% goes to your bank. It's free. Who cares? It's not. It's like 10 days to do it correctly.
Delicious options delivered fresh.
Welcome back. It's the
Yeah, I went along with 500 too, but it's not dying yet. I don't think 600 is going to hit, TD. I had a short at 600 last night. It went to 585 only. I think 400 might hit first.
What's your key takeaway so far, and especially as we go into this very busy week?
I mean, so far, to me, one of the biggest takeaways from a
macro 360 is not going to happen.
Consumer, at least to date, is holding in pretty well. And I think that came across most strongly with the bank earnings. So to me, that was important because we know the consumer is about 69% of the economy. So if they're doing okay, the world's doing okay. And I think Alphabet's numbers obviously were pretty important for that thematic AI trade and suggest that this week's tech companies will probably be okay. But really what I'm watching more than anything else is the qualitative assessment by the executives on where we go from here. I don't really care about the backward looking. I want to know, are input costs going up yet? Are they investing more or less, et cetera? Because their sentiment will drive corporate activity over the next 6 months. And that's going to be a big factor for the broader macro view.
Speaking of sentiment, this all comes against this backdrop where valuations appear pretty stretched relative to history. You've got meme stocks back, crypto back, SPACs are back even. What does that tell you just about the overall kind of fervor in the markets right now?
I mean, valuations are much more useful on a 5 or 10-year horizon. I would never use a PE multiple to tell me what to do for the next 3 or 6 months. But
I heard a bot just triggered something, but I don't see anything.
Where there's a lot of bullishness, I think, especially by the retail investor community. And so we need to keep a close eye on that. And, you all talked in the last segment a little bit about the trade. I think with U.S. and China, it's so interesting. We need their rare earth minerals, period, full stop, probably for another decade before we're self-sufficient, at least. They need our chips. And we need our chip companies and our AI companies to be thriving because that creates the wealth that underpins the economy. So I feel like both sides, U.S. and China, have gotten this message over the last few months that they're going to have to do some compromising on both sides to get their way for their longer-term goals. President Trump wants a strong stock market and a strong country. That means the chip sector, the tech sector has to keep doing well. And we're getting pushback on that. Not everyone thinks it's a great idea for the U.S. to be sending China chips.
Finishing up the YM bot.
From some people who follow you closely, respect your work a lot, but comparing us to Hungary or Turkey doesn't seem fair. I mean, we are the reserve currency. Give me your thoughts on that, because you did make that comparison
my 500 might hit.
To some potentially very bad outcomes for the dollar, not to mention sort of overall longer-term rates.
I mean, I think it was in my third paragraph where I said pretty succinctly, the U.S. is not Hungary or Turkey. We are the reserve currency. But what I wanted to make the point that whether you look at the U.S. in the 1970s, whether you look at Hungary, Turkey, Argentina, Venezuela, any country around the world that's had a reduction of Fed or central bank independence.
3 minutes still showing upside.
Is the same. Currency, higher inflation, higher long-term yields. So no, I don't think we're going to have 35% inflation in the U.S.
I still want to long up 500, but 3 minutes close to the top, but not yet.
Even the perception that the Fed is losing independence can affect inflation expectations, inflation pricing that you all were just talking about a few minutes ago on the show. I think we're already starting to see that. And gosh, whoever replaces Powell, that person is going to have to prove themselves. There's going to be an assumption that they're going to have some political bias. And that's really a shame, right? It's putting a greater burden on that person to make the right decisions for the country.
we're looking for maybe 2 dissenters this week. Isn't an equally large story about what may be a future of dissent and what that does to rate volatility?
I mean, to have 2 governors dissent is something we haven't seen in a very, very, very long time. But to have dissents in general, it's not that unusual. Again, it's unfortunate the fact that this has been politicized so much. The fact that they're both Trump appointees.
Yeah, I do, Sean. It's Apex. Code is Bugatti.
And I think it probably is their true view on the economy. I don't agree with Waller that the economy needs a rate cut right now. I mean, the stock market at an all-time high suggests that rates are not overly restrictive. And the fact that the housing market is troubled because of mortgage rates being high, that has a lot more to do with the 10-year than the Fed funds rate. So I disagree with him, but I don't think it's a
Uh-oh, I think my 500 is going to hit now. Yep, it went. It hit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't like this long now. That's Canadian future trader. Oh, damn, that dump. Wow. Shit, that's a huge dump. Whoa. Yeah. I got 2 NQ at 500, so. Hey. Trust the bot, man. Wait, bot is short. I gotta get out.
So I do think there's a greater chance that we're going to see more of the tariff impact come through on prices. And then it's a question, how much does the consumer bear, how much do corporates absorb? And we don't know what that exact mix will be, but directionally, I think the risk is that we have higher inflation in the second half of this year.
Get me out of here.
That means that 2 Fed cuts by January is at risk. And another thing that was mentioned was this idea that AI, the advent of it and the growth there has been kind of attenuating some of the impacts.
Yeah, I'm not messing with that. I need a better long. I went along at 472. 472.
The strong stock market, the strong capex coming for the mega cap tech companies, that's definitely supportive for growth and suggests all else equal, a rate cut is less needed. The other piece I'm looking at tied to this is all of these deals the president is making suggest that we're going to have a tsunami of foreign direct investment into the United States, which is great. Like if I think there's a bright spot on these tariffs, that's it. Because foreign direct investment accounts for about 10% of all American jobs, and it would be a big support to growth. But I have questions on that. When does it come? How much actually comes? Who decides where it goes? So we need to see what the details are. But even if half or a quarter of it comes to the U.S., it would still be a big increase from the FDI America has gotten in recent years. So that would be a big support to growth that I don't think is priced in right now, that I want to understand better before I get suddenly bullish on growth. But it's something to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Rebecca Patterson, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Meantime, Samsung and Tesla inking this new deal worth more than $16.5 billion, but some big questions remain about that agreement. That's coming up next. Later on, the EU pledging to buy $750 billion worth of U.S. energy. Reuters today argues that number is nonsensical. Let's talk to RBC's Halima Croft to break it all down, get some key players, and whether or not they get a boost when we return.
One more drop, baby. One more drop. Yeah, the 525 was good. That's a good short.
That our relationship will go well beyond just investment decisions. It's the intersection of your money.
I wouldn't short a 500. That's I don't know.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who
The 3 minutes looks like it's trying to curve down, so if it does, we might have a pretty good drop. So maybe 450.
Smarter threats needed smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity. What's now, what's next? Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise.
Mugo, I can't read. You can say it on a mic?
With confidence and efficiency. Protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog,
570 and all long.
Leo's number 2s are really getting better.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates, so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The University of Maryland Global Campus believes in its students. You can be
Are you short of 500? I hope you're not. Okay. I'll wait to. I still have the short of 540.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast.
Actually, no, I took it out. Let me put it back. 540 short.
She's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
It's hard to train this market.
Just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
Are you close to passing?
Homes.com, the place to find a
Nice,
place.
that's starting over now. Good shit. I gotta pass my trade day in 3 days. If not, they're gonna charge me. Really? Friday's the worst day for me.
Welcome back. Let's get a CBC News update. Silvana now has that for us. Silvana.
Hey, David, good morning. President Trump is accelerating his deadline for Russia to reach a
Nice.
peace deal with Ukraine. He said this morning during his travels in Scotland that he would shorten the original 50-day cutoffs before the U.S. imposes sanctions on Moscow. The president did not say what the new timeline would be, as he expressed
What, you shorted? Damn it.
about how the negotiations have gone with Vladimir Putin, saying he was very disappointed. The president also said the number one priority in Gaza is getting people fed. The comments come amid escalating international pressure to address the humanitarian crisis in the enclave. The Hamas-run health ministry says nearly 150 have died from starvation.
I don't know why I keep dropping. I thought we had good news last night with China pausing.
To allow in more aid. And the leaders of Cambodia and Thailand agreed to a ceasefire today that will take effect at midnight local time. The deal will bring their deadliest conflict
Yeah, those are
in more
good.
than a decade to an end after 5 days of fighting. Secretary of State
Yeah.
Marco Rubio said today the U.S. applauds the ceasefire and
Ponzi
urged all
market,
parties
man.
to follow through.
But then again, it's just market's just too high right now. You know what I mean? I think so. Every day last week. Yeah, every day last week it's all-time high, so it's kind of hard now. I'm back up at 150,000 on my 150 TPT now. I was down like 3K. Yeah, break even, but I have 6 days to pass, so got a YOLO soon. Yeah. It's hard to pass. Yeah, I want to start doing that. It's hard to pass, but once you get to pro, you only need 4,000 buffer to get money. It's just trolling. On funded it is, but on eval is end of day. That's why I bought one on trade day since it's end of day.
Elon Musk did confirm the deal, saying the chips called A16 will be made at Samsung's new fab in Taylor, Texas, and used to power Tesla's self-driving technology, eventually humanoid robots, and possibly even data centers, which could pose a threat for NVIDIA way later on.
Everybody, I gotta go pee.
The strategic importance of this is hard to overstate. He added that the facility is close to his house and that he'll be walking the line personally to accelerate progress. For Samsung, though, this is maybe we can call it a comeback moment. Its chip business has lagged behind TSMC, which still makes Tesla's current A15 chip. The Tesla win could finally breathe some life into Samsung's 2-nanometer ambition. This is 2 nanometers, pretty much cutting-edge chips, which are faster and more power efficient, designed to power the AI revolution. It also, though, raises the question, why didn't Tesla choose Intel as an alternative to TSMC? That said, there's still a lot we don't know. Production will start for a while. There's no clear timeline, and Samsung may have offered, this is key, steep discounts to secure this deal. Still, this is a major strategic win and a potential loss for both TSMC and Intel, guys.
Right, I have an important point here. So, like, Samsung manufactures, correct? This is intellectual property owned by Tesla.
Correct. Tesla's the one that designs its own chips because I was all
Oh, my phone. Hello?
chips for Tesla, but the vast majority of the chips that go into vehicles are designed by Tesla themselves. Lagging chips, and so that's why I think it's a big deal when Elon Musk said it was going to be powering up humanoids and data centers, because that's when Tesla slowly starts to compete in that AI bubble that NVIDIA has dominated, but they're not there yet. So these chips are still considered a little bit, behind technologically than the NVIDIA chips.
Right, and it's important to draw the distinction. XAI, another Musk company, is buying 1 million GPUs from NVIDIA. That's a separate thing entirely. That is to power the data center buying Grok and the like.
Right. Exactly, completely different.
It's important as we keep an eye on Tesla's progress on Optimus and on Robotaxi today. Christina, thank you. Christina Parts-Nevelos. Meantime, the EU committing $750 billion to purchase American energy, but some of the details are scant today. We'll talk about what investors need to know and some of the names to watch with longtime energy expert Alina Croft. Mounting pressure from the president on Chair Powell to lower rates this week, but that's not what the markets are pricing in. Evercore's vice chair is here with his predictions as we briefly cross S&P 6,400. Stay with us.
At AT&T Business, we confidently guarantee our network, but we can't guarantee enough hours in the workday. For your project, always go on its plan. More like 3 weeks. Hey, you're closing up shop on time? Still open? Sure. But with AT&T Business, you can get the connectivity you depend on, or we'll make it right.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing your finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
At your next big event, everything needs to feel just right. From the presentation to
Are you trading anything, David, or no? Are you up?
guaranteed to show up sharp and right on time. That's the certainty. Check out FortImprint.com.
300? Are you like $300 now? That's good. You got 2 Pro now, right? Or just 1? Cool. Me too. 50K.
You or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder.
I'm not trying to force any trades, but I'm just gonna sit on my ass.
May cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. And before
Yeah, if it pump, I'll short too.
side effects include nausea.
If it dumps, I went along.
As little as $25 per month. Ask your doctor.
Take your taste buds on an unbelievable adventure where fun has no bounds and every bite is a thrill ride. Discover a world where snack time unlocks imagination. Garden veggie snacks, unbelievably delicious. Hulu has live music. It's time to dance. For the best seat in the house, your living room. Lollapalooza. Streaming streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by T-Mobile. It's better over here. These 2 for $25. Get 1 appetizer and 2 entrees like the new chicken Parmesan fettuccine.
Choose 1 appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for $25.
Sorry, Marie.
We're keeping an eye on energy-related stocks, notably liquid natural gas names. They're higher following the EU reaching a trade deal with the U.S. The European Union will buy $750 billion worth of American energy. That's over the next 3 years. At least that is what they've said. Joining us now to discuss RBC Capital Markets Global Head of Commodity Strategy, Halima Croft. So Halima, it's $250 billion a year in energy purchases, at least as outlined. And what right now they buy about 77 billion euros worth of energy products. So
From the United States, yes.
Is that realistic then to expect that kind of increase will be able to take place?
I mean, if you think about the numbers, I mean, this is a hugely ambitious deal. I mean, as you mentioned, they take about 77 billion currently from the United States. Their total, energy import bill is about 375 euros. If this deal were to be realized, we'd be talking about the United States providing the lion's share of European energy imports. And we don't know the details right now in terms of what the composition of this deal is, how much is LNG, how much is, crude, how much is simply energy investment in terms of, infrastructure, how much is nuclear. We don't know the details, but I think we can assume that a large portion of this will be increased U.S. LNG exports to Europe. There is a significant build-out of U.S. LNG export capacity that is coming on in the next couple of years. Those volumes are largely expected to go to Europe, but not entirely to Europe. So we're going to be pulling volumes that we're going to be going to Asia, now over to Europe. Who are we going to be backing out? Again, hugely ambitious. Some of the LNG numbers, we certainly are expecting U.S. growth into Europe, but to get to this huge headline number, that would be incredibly ambitious at this stage.
Yeah, now much of that LNG is designed to replace the reliance the EU has on Russian LNG. I did note during this, von der Leyen said that we still have too much Russian LNG coming through the back door. Is there a lot? Do we know how to measure it? Do we know what the numbers really look like?
No, if you think about the first quarter of 2025, the U.S. was the largest supplier of LNG into Europe, but Russia was the second largest. They were getting about 17% of their LNG imports from Russia. They were higher than
Oh, looks like fish spot is good now.
They are aiming to try to back out all Russian gas imports into Europe by 2027. So we are talking about, as part of this deal, the U.S. taking that Russian market share, which I think is really important because if you just heard the previous block, we talked about President
Fish spot is short.
Putin to try to make a deal.
I have a long at 472 if it hits.
The question is, Putin, are you going to look to do a deal?
The 3 minutes looks like it's curving down again a bit, so we might get a little short. I might join in on the short later if it goes to 520 maybe.
How do you reconcile these two deals?
Oh, that's a really good point there. In terms of just the overall capacity for the U.S., you mentioned more coming online that's expected for the U.S. to be able to service LNG.
Yeah.
Is it enough, though, given the contours that we've seen of this deal, and against this backdrop of data center demand and other demand elements here in the U.S.?
I mean, certainly, again, we're talking about a potentially 70% increase in U.S. capacity for LNG exports with these big projects, Port Arthur, Golden Pass. So in the near term, there does seem to be capacity to really surge U.S. exports of LNG. I think the question is, as we get past sort of 2030, as we talk about this really big data center build-out that we're talking about the U.S. and the tremendous energy needs that are going to be required for this build-out, can you be talking about surging LNG exports globally when you're going to need more volumes of gas?
I really can't tell. This market looks like it want to drop, but it keeps pumping back up. Yeah.
So if we're overbalancing on that supply, Halima, wouldn't it make sense to argue that in the end, when push comes to shove, we're going to keep it for ourselves?
Well, again, certainly build up, building up tremendous capacity coming on even before this deal was announced. I mean, these projects.
I feel like taking a nap.
We were planning for a big push on U.S. LNG export. This is now just the market again that we're going to be pushing into, potentially drawing from Asia, which does lead to interesting questions about what is going to be in this trade deal potentially with China, because President Trump was expected to also push for China to take more volumes of U.S. energy. So again, like, how do we make it all work in terms of who we're supplying? But as we get to 2030, I think that's when it becomes an open question about where these volumes are going to go.
Yeah. On rig count, Halima, can you solve this riddle for us about why rig count has been dropping so consistently? And does that portend a negative year-on-year production number for the U.S. this year?
I mean, we were expecting slower U.S. growth because of the price points that we were looking at in terms of energy. And there's an open question for the fourth quarter when it comes to crude in terms of, are we potentially going to be oversupplied? Now, I was at the OPEC seminar in Vienna just a couple of weeks ago with Brian Sullivan, and I can tell you that you did have the OPEC oil ministers plus IOC CEOs saying that demand is still consistently strong for their products into Asia, but there has been a lot of debate about what the fourth quarter is going to look like for crude. And so there
Are you in a long?
view that we were going to be slowing this year and potentially slowing next year when it comes to U.S. production. So again, when we take this big discussion about like the $250 billion a year, when we talk about the crude side, how much more crude do we really have
like,
in terms of production growth?
I think I'm going to leave it there for today. I always appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I might put a short of 5:30 instead of 5:40. I put it looking hard. I'll put in a 5:30 to short.
But the stocks, they're slipping. I'll tell you why.
Oh, you short now?
With his take on what Fed Chair Powell could say at this week's meeting and the potential dissenters waiting in the wings. We'll be right back.
What is the future of finance? Was it built around averages?
Nice.
What around you? At Advocates Global Management, we're redefining financial strategy around lifestyle.
Are you playing NQ?
New era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome.
Oh, yeah, play safe.
Your shipping manager left to find himself, leaving you lost. You need to hire. Indeed. Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire. We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to CustomInk.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at CustomInk.com.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended meat brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Crypto staking just hit Wall Street. For the first time ever, staking rewards are available through a US-listed ETF. Introducing SSK, the Rexos Result plus staking ETF. Solana exposure with staking rewards built in. Convenient, cost-effective, secure. Solana, staked on your behalf. All through a simple ETF. SSK from Rex Osprey. Not suitable for all investors. Investors should carefully review the fund's prospectus for objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Visit rexshares.com to obtain it and read carefully before investing. Distributed by Foresight Fund Services.
Is it how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the
Yeah, it should have been good, Gambit.
to success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement. 13 retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
When you see what looks like a totally irrelevant price point moved up by a little, it should presumably, people may be short, and the short sellers will run over buy for the bulls. That's the process of how to make money.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. Wednesday,
with Chairman Powell under ongoing pressure to cut rates. What will the Fed signal regarding policy later this year? Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, Wednesday 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
We're doing so well, even without the rate cut. With the rate cut, it would be better. We should be 3 points.
Trump's on TV?
Each point is 360 billion.
No, it's earlier. No, it's earlier.
Is the equivalent of $360 billion in savings. That's big stuff. Those are big numbers in the U.S. Everything's big. A smart person would have got he leaves very soon.
Was the president on the Fed chair last hour ahead of the central bank's policy meeting tomorrow. While the street does expect a hold in rates, Fed officials are becoming more divided on the path of monetary policy. Joining us this morning, Evercore Vice Chair Krishna Gura joins us to talk about this. Krishna, good to see you. Happy Monday.
Always great to see you.
You do think the setup is largely about September and how they line that up, and you point out that some of the data has been reassuring, some of it does point to maybe some below potential growth, right?
Yeah, look, we know what's happening this week, right? The Fed is not going to cut. They're going to stick to the wait and see through the summer approach, make the decision in September, though the two Trump appointees, Waller and Bowman, will, I think, dissent in favor of an immediate cut. So, yeah, the focus is on how they set up September. My view, Powell's going to emphasize that it will be data dependent, but will also suggest that the bar for a September cut is not that high, and I think there is a soft default for a cut at that September meeting.
It's going to be followed a couple of days later by a jobs number. We were talking this morning about the wide range of estimates. It goes from 0 to 170K. I wonder, I know consensus is around 100, but what do you think the potential is for a surprise on Friday either way?
Well, I mean, you can see from how wide the estimates are, right? The honest answer is that people who spend a lot of time trying to figure this out see a lot of uncertainty as to where the late market's going to print this Friday and again, next month as well. Now, I think that's why the Fed is in wait-and-see mode, right? They don't want to just see data from June. They want to see data from June, July, and August, and then make that call on rates. I think the picture up to this point has been labor market aggregate pretty solid, but with some softening under the hood. And in that last employment report, of course, hints of private sector hiring, particularly outside of those non-cyclically sensitive health and education sectors. The private sector hiring is quite weak.
Oops.
If we get that
I'm gonna
private
paint
sector
on here.
hiring theme confirmed in Friday's print, that's going to push the Fed again more in the direction of that September cut.
Do you think the deals that we've seen with Japan, with the EU, provide enough clarity on the tariff front, or do they need to see some more clarity with China as well?
So certainly the Fed, like the rest of us, would like clarity on tariff policy in order to assess, how that's going to impact the economy and make it easier to make decisions. But as you say, we have had some clarity on some important tracks. The European track, the Japanese track, and some of the others. I don't think the Fed is going to take the absolutist position that they need to wait for perfect clarity on everything before they make a decision. It's a risk management assessment, as monetary policy almost always is.
Krishna, there was a Reuters poll last week, and they asked economists about their confidence in official government data, economic data. 9 out of 10 economists said they were concerned about the quality of data. Today, there's some charts going around looking at CPI and the percentage of CPI inputs that are essentially a guess based on other inputs. It's going from like 10% to 35 in the span of a few months. Is that getting talked about?
Oh, his son blew the trade day funded account. I would have beat him then. Day 2. Yeah, day 2.
But there is some deterioration.
I think so.
In the collection. I would argue also that we've got to be a little wary now about how people are responding to the household survey and labor market report with some undocumented.
Yeah, they always do that, but then one bad play, it's gone. All it takes is one bad play. Yeah.
the consequences. So
I don't think. Yeah, he does size pretty heavily.
reporting bias. Some of the data right
But
now
when you
is
go
getting
on tilt
also,
mode, it's
I don't
over.
think this is bad enough to make it incredibly difficult to see what's going on in the US right now. As for instance, has been the case in the UK, labor data for a while, flying blind because the data is just so bad. But we don't want to go there.
I'm still looking for the long at 70, but the market is just so ass.
But decision makers in corporate America and household just don't have good information on which to base their decision.
Yeah, response rates, that's a longer term. It's been going on for a while, but we'll keep our eye on it with your help. Christian, appreciate it for helping us set up the Fed meeting. Christian, Evercore. We'll get former CEA Chair Jared Bernstein's take on the Fed and the big week for data in just a moment. First, though, some low spirits for the alcohol business, despite this better-than-feared trade deal for the group. We'll talk about that when Squawk on the Street continues after a break.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Oh no, is this the episode with the breakup? No, we can't agree on the house. Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find one today. Yeah, better put a key ring on it. Realtor.com.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-523-6900. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Age-related memory decline? Meet new Qunol Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high-absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust Qunol for more comprehensive brain health support.
Full event about understanding what just happened in the market that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, experienced investors. I know what it's like.
From Female Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Shop Etsy for original items, like these personalized tees under $40, or vintage glassware sets under $50. Handpicked by a real person to match your taste and budget. Special starts on Etsy.
Together in one place. Little animation. Your animation destination.
Welcome back. Getting some clarity, perhaps, for alcohol
Oh,
producers
that
in the
drop.
US and
Ooh.
Europe today, following the news of the EU trade deal. But the group overall moving lower. Brandon Gomez has been tracking the impact on that industry for us. Brandon, what do we know?
Hey, good morning, David. Breath of relief, but no cheers yet. European wine and spirits makers treading carefully, finding themselves left out of the EU trade deal. About 15% tariff on EU imports to the U.S., better than the 30% feared, but no decision regarding a wine and spirits carve-out. EU officials saying an agreement for the sector would be examined in the coming weeks. Now, spirits stocks Pernod Ricard, Remy Cointreau, Diageo, and Campari tick slightly higher at first, now lower as investor uncertainty.
One more
starts to
drop so
settle
I
in.
can actually
Remy,
long.
Campari, and Pernod with the largest revenue exposure to the U.S. And you would think, isn't a deal net positive? You know, why aren't shares higher? Well, 2 reasons. First, 15% tariffs are still a big hit. Wine Trade Group CEEV said the previous 10% blanket tariff on EU imports led to a 12% decline for wine producers. And second, leading winemakers may have to increase prices or eject from the U.S. market overall. The EU exporting 10.5 billion of alcohol to the U.S. in 2024, with 1.2 billion coming back in return. Distilled Spirits Council of the U.S. CEO Chris Wonger saying he remains optimistic the U.S. and EU will return to 0 for 0 tariffs. David also weighing on the sector, beer maker Heineken reporting a earnings beat this morning, but warning of softening demand in the U.S. and EU. A real cocktail for disaster here, David.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've been reporting on the overall trends for the business. Apart from tariffs, have not been particularly good for any number of different providers as well. I guess that hasn't changed either, has it?
No, and of course you obviously have the steel and aluminum tariffs as well weighing in on this, in addition to the tariffs on the products themselves, right? You had President Trump this morning saying, we're going to bring all of that production here domestically. Luckily for the brewers, a lot of that supply chain already is domestic, whether it be beers produced in Canada, made in Canada, same with the U.S. So with beer, it's less of a conversation, but as we're talking about spirits and alcohol, the story's a little bit different here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brandon, the overall demand backdrop, it would be one thing if they were dealing with these tariffs, if the industry or consumption was up. But we talk over and over about the impact of cannabis, the impact of GLP-1s, maybe something just generational that has people drinking less year on year.
Absolutely. I mean, you have the legal drinking age Gen Z consumers who are drinking less, turning to those non-alcoholic options as well. But what you have to really factor in here is that they're really calling for this exemption, right? You have to sort of see that while there is this consumer demand that's been depleting over the years. You know, in 2018, these companies were a lot more, they were better insulated to absorb costs. Maybe they didn't have to pass on to consumers. Now, it's a different story. There's that weakening consumer demand, and you're going to see prices rise. At least that's what I'm hearing from a lot of the producers that I'm speaking with.
Brandon, appreciate that important element of this deal. We'll see if we get more clarity in the weeks and months to come. That's our Brandon Gomez. In just a couple of minutes, the latest from the ground in Stockholm and Beijing as trade talks continue. That story and more when Money Movers begins after this.
The ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you
Come on, couple more drops. Couple more drops.
agent resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively.
Yep.
One of my agents.
If we can get 70, that'll be great, and I'll hold it for a long time. Yeah, that's what my long is. 72 is what my long is.
Smarter threats needed smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity in what's now. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Ooh, I can ignore that. Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later. Plenty of time.
Rich, my cars don't like to read those. Literally only took me like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I get some sort of policy through work, so.
I'm not even long.
Sure, but it's not enough.
And then hit. This market sucks.
Get 1 million coverage for about $37 a month.
I should probably just get it now.
Probably. You know, for the kids.
Ethos. Life insurance made easy. Check your price today at ethos.com. Age-related memory decline? Meet new Qunol Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine
Order
2
canceled.
high-absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus,
Order
attention,
submitted.
and more. Trust Qunol for more comprehensive brain health support.
This is Mia. She dreams of taking her boutique swimwear brand nationwide. With her business growing so fast, she needs fast funding to keep making waves. That's why Mia has U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a combination of checking and card payment processing, giving her access to funds typically in 24 hours. Because we love watching her make a splash. That's the power of Mia. And this is the power of us.
Introducing CNBC Plus,
the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Monday Morning. Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, senior Chinese and U.S. officials negotiating in Sweden this hour. We'll talk to one former senior White House trade advisor about why he thinks China will, quote, give President Trump a win.
Plus, Apple returns to iPhone sales growth in China. We'll discuss what the data signals for the quarter, with Apple set to report later this week.
And with macro uncertainty remaining, we'll talk about which financial stock B of A says offers the best risk reward for the remainder of the year.
Right now, let's take a look at what markets are doing. About an hour and a half into trading, some modest moves there. The Dow down just slightly, S&P up slightly. The Nasdaq, the standout performer there, up about a third of 1%.
Let's begin with the latest on trade. There's a lot to get to this morning. The U.S. and the EU are agreeing to a framework deal. Now some new news this morning between the U.S. and Chinese officials meeting in Stockholm. Our Megan Casella is monitoring all of that from Washington today. Morning, Megan.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So you're right. There's a lot for the Trump administration to celebrate as they enter this third round of U.S.-China talks with what they believe is a strong hand. So those negotiations in Stockholm are underway right now between the U.S. and China. We saw officials entering the prime minister's residence in the center of the city about 2 hours ago now. And at least on the U.S. side, they've been downplaying what to expect. The U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer told CNBC earlier today that he does not expect any kind of enormous breakthrough in Stockholm. He described this round as continued monitoring and checking in on the implementation of the agreement thus far. And then here's how President Trump, who spoke to reporters as he met with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Scotland, previewed the talks earlier this morning.
We have a good relationship with China. China's tough.
Struck its biggest trade framework agreement yet with the U.S.'s largest trading partner. That, of course, is the EU. The top line details we have so far, the U.S. is going to impose a baseline 15% tariff on everything it buys from Europe. So that's an increase for most goods, but it is a reduction, notably for cars, for example, which have been hit so far with a 25% tariff this term. Then in exchange, Brussels has agreed to buy $750 billion in energy products from the U.S., and it's committing to an additional $600 billion in other investments. And then, guys, the final trade question for now is just what the baseline tariff rate will be for all these countries that don't strike deals with the president. That's currently at 10%, has been since April, but Trump repeated his threat today that he's currently picturing that level moving up to 15 or 20%. So potentially more news to come later this week, guys. Megan, does the EU deal
I don't think the bot ever went long, did it? No, it's still short at 473.
Are they kind of idiosyncratic, or are there kind of interconnectivities that affect the talks between the U.S. and China?
It's a good question. I mostly picture these moving on two separate tracks. But the U.S. has said, we've heard from officials, that they feel like they have a lot of leverage moving into this round of negotiations with China because they have recently struck all of these, at least preliminary deals with the EU, with Japan, with Indonesia. They're moving through talks with Canada and Mexico. They feel like that shows that they're open to striking deals, that they want to get things done, and that's going to help them in the room with China. They say China's been very pragmatic, and they also want a deal with Beijing, at least quite badly. They especially want that meeting between the two presidents they've been talking about later this year. And they think
Are you done, Chris?
that they have the deals on their side, that the rest of the world is willing to come
Are
to
you
the
done?
table, that keeps the Chinese at the negotiating table as well.
Yeah, it's remarkable how much of just the will element of this all. There's will, there's way to some of these deals, and it certainly plays a role here. Megan, thank you. For more on how the Chinese are thinking about trade negotiations, let's bring in Eunice Yoon live from Beijing. Hey, Eunice.
Hey, Leslie. Well, China is reiterating the Commerce Minister's recent remarks that there is no reason to return to a trade war. The minister said practice has proven that through dialogue and consultation, we can properly manage contradictions. So the foreign ministry repeated that today, saying that the Sweden talks can reduce misjudgments and strengthen cooperation. And this comes after a weekend editorial with Xinhua, the state-run news agency, which pointing out what it described as the mutual benefits of these talks, pointing to China processing export control applications. It didn't say specifically that that was about rare earths, but that's what it's about. And the rare earths were processed for U.S. industry. And then it's also mentioned that the U.S. lifted what it described as relevant restrictions on China. So that means that China, again, didn't explicitly say that this is about AI chips, but China does now have the ability to access H20 NVIDIA chips, which had been previously
Yeah, your long's good.
export to China. So in terms of the expected agenda items from a Chinese perspective, there's a lot of belief that we're going to see an extension of the August.
Alright, if we get 5:15, I'm gonna short. I just want to touch somebody or something. So bored. Yep. Maybe towards the closing time, I have better run up.
Expectation is that the Russian oil purchases are going to come up just because the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had flagged that as a talking point. State media, though, has already been flagging that they will be pushing back on that last point, saying that if Bessent uses this issue to put pressure on China, it will likely cause the newly established trade consultation mechanism to collapse. This is in the Global Times, the Communist Party paper, saying that China would not just, quote, go along with Russian oil cuts. Guys?
So it sounds like the Russian oil element is important, as well as the fentanyl tariffs as well. And didn't China a month or two ago tighten some controls over some chemicals related to the opioid that could be used to make it?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were seeing that as measures by the Chinese trying to show some goodwill to kind of get these talks going along. Like, hey, we're doing this with fentanyl, so maybe you guys should do something for us. I think what's interesting, too, is that you guys are talking about leverage that the U.S. think it had. From the Chinese perspective, there's a lot of belief here that the Chinese actually have a lot of leverage because of the rare earths, that they're so important for U.S. industry, because the stock market is watching what happens with the trade deal. So the Chinese know that the stock market reacts to whether or not trade developments are had by the U.S. and China. Also, TikTok, important for the U.S. Trade deal, important for President Trump. Not so much, actually, from a strategic standpoint for China. The fentanyl issue also something that the Chinese really don't care about a whole lot. I mean, of course, they want to be cooperative if people are dying in the U.S., but from China's perspective, it's not really as important to the U.S. So from the Chinese perspective, they feel that, or at least a lot of people here think that China has the upper hand as compared to the United States.
Yeah, it's kind of an opposite situation from what we saw with the EU, where they were willing to extract some concessions from Brussels, but given some of the leverage components that China has in this situation, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Eunice, thank you very much. Let's stick with the new developments out of Stockholm amid these long-awaited China-U.S. trade talks. Joining us now, former Undersecretary of Commerce for International Trade, Stefan Selig. Stefan is also the founder of Bridge Park Advisors. Thank you for being here. So how do you see the whole kind of leverage picture play out with China? I mean, is the best case scenario kind of a punting another 90 days? And what do you think the likelihood is that occurs?
Close to 100%. And so what will come out of this meeting is continued dialogue, an extension of the trade truce, and presumably to set up a fall meeting between the presidents. And I think the leverage thing is an interesting conversation, but I think what actually is more interesting is the constraints that both sides have. And President Xi, while President Trump thinks is somewhat omnipotent, he has real limitations on what he can actually do to address the real issues that the United States and U.S. companies have in doing business in China. First of all, his economy is under a ton of pressure. It is slowing. There's real deflation.
Bye-bye.
There's a youth unemployment issue. There's a continued housing crisis, and there's real demographic challenges. So all that is weighing on his economy. So he comes to the poker table, frankly, not with three kings, but with a weaker hand.
Are you Gambit? What are you doing?
Very different about the deals that we just struck with Japan and the EU.
It's just shit.
China is a non-market economy.
I just want to trade and get this payout on TPT Pro. I need like $80. Come on, give me a dump.
It's fundamentally going to require structural reform, which is going to be very difficult for the Chinese to give up and take a real amount of time. So, for example, the Treasury Secretary has likely talked about overcapacity in industries like steel and electric vehicles. For provincial leaders to close factories and furlough tens and hundreds of thousands of workers to address that issue, which would be in their long-term best interest, is going to be really tough. And
Oh, what? You gotta go babysit?
I actually don't think, despite
All week or just today only?
frameworks that he's announced, that this is likely to lead even after a 90-day extension to some grand deal.
So that explains why their imports or their exports
That
to us
sucks.
are down, but their exports to other Asian countries, for example, are skyrocketing. Right? They will continue to. It's like holding back water.
And Carl, this is one of the big.
Why are you babysitting though?
China and Canada are not analogous. So roughly 17% of Chinese exports go to the United States. Canada, they mostly come to the United States.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
obviously, that will inflict some pain and pressure. On the
Now you know how I feel.
They have 83% of the world left to continue to do business with, and to your point, sell their goods. And so
Yeah, that's how my dad was
we
too.
are not going to be able to browbeat them in the same way that we've been, or the administration has been successfully able to do that in the short run with other counterparties.
Are you a buyer of the notion that phase one would have worked had the Biden White House policed it more stringently?
Well, the Biden White House actually extended, if not expanded, some of the tariffs on China. The problem is, in 2020, what the president first negotiated with China for purchases of agricultural products and industrial goods, they didn't live up to the deal. Okay, so now the question is, even if we announce something with great fanfare, which I think is more likely than not, are they going to abide by those commitments? But more importantly, are they going to get to the root causes of the issues that we have in our bilateral trade agreement? And those root causes come from things like the fact that it is a non-market economy that is largely export-driven and driven around infrastructure, not around consumer spending. The United States, roughly 70% of our economic activity relies on the U.S. consumer. I think it's something like 40% in China. And that is not going to get fixed by President Xi waving a wand. There are a whole host of reasons, like a limited social safety net for Chinese people that forces them to save. One. Two is, if you look at provincial officials, they are incentivized around employment and around economic growth. They're not incentivized around making smart long-term investment decisions. And until that changes, you're going to have an economy that is, largely consistent with what you're seeing today.
Yeah, and you can see some of the measures they're taking to try and kind of boost, babies in the country and so forth. What about some of the trade agreements that we've seen that had, been aimed to kind of limit their ability to just redirect trade to other countries, that remaining 83% of the world, where
transshipments. And
has that been effective? Do you think it will be effective?
It's exceedingly difficult, Leslie, to monitor, and it's going to require the cooperation of those other countries. It is going to be very dependent. But that is one of the reasons why I believe we should have been far more judicious in how we apply tariffs to some of those other countries. And so Vietnam, for example, which is a country where a lot of these transshipments are going through,
Couple more drop. Come on.
putting our arms around them and hugging and kissing them, not punishing them with tariffs. It is a poor economy that we should be encouraging them to grow and cooperate.
When are you gonna long?
The big dog, and that big dog is China.
Yeah, because obviously the whole point of that from the beginning was to kind of put some pressure on
50.
China.
Yeah. Good luck. I'm longing at 70.
It is really hard to fight with everybody at the same time, especially with a country as formidable and big as China, who has real leverage. And it's not just rare earths. The fact is that
Oh, you still want to short this low?
supply chains are highly integrated. And as the Treasury Secretary said, we want access to that market. 1.4 billion people that we want to be able to sell our goods and services to.
Yeah, can't put the genie back in the bottle. Stefan, thank you.
Thanks, Leslie.
Still to come this morning, swelling risk tolerance in the markets, as you know. Should investors fear the froth or ride the momentum created by meme stocks, by crypto, and a lot more? We'll discuss.
Plus, former CEA Chair Jared Bernstein is here ahead of a big Fed decision this week and some key consumer confidence data. Money Movers is back in 2.
They say you can't change the game. While they're talking, we are down.
So the squeeze on the 3 minutes, it's bearish now. 15 minutes is warning. So looks like it might have another drop. I might have to cancel this funded one.
Order cancel.
Let me do low day. 460. Yeah, 463.
Order
I want this to be the last time I worry about my smile. With Clear Choice Dental Implants, this is the last time. Because you get the security of our lifetime warranty on premium arches. This one is built for life.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. Because no which way.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in students and what they can offer the world. You get credit for the experience. I didn't have to start at the bottom. I had life experience and I had actual
Oh, you trying to short?
experience that translated to coursework and helped cut down the cost of school. UMGC honored the level of effort that I put into myself and helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market.
Well, you want a short, fresh at 505, or you want a long? No, the payout is 50% and then 40% goes to your live wallet. I'll type it out.
Shop Etsy for original items from small shops that fit every budget. Like these personalized tees under $40 that only someone with an eye like Etsy could pay. And vintage glassware sets under $50, handpicked by a real person to help make any occasion just a little more special. Or pick up handmade earrings under $60 to help create a look that's completely you. At prices that are a perfect match. Special starts on Etsy.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is
Oh wow, Chris Powell went out and he's in a position. Chris Powell went out. That's why he got off. But he said he's in a position. See, for him, yeah, for him. Oh shit, my alarm might hit. Uh-oh. No, it didn't hit. It didn't fill.
Is looking at this morning. Welcome back, Mike.
I'm kind of 62 is when it's 72 is when it's going long.
Specifically, what we're talking about.
It doesn't matter. It's just eval. There we go. It went long.
Some of the stampedes into heavily shorted
Oh, oh, oh shit! My other shit is long too. Uh-oh.
All those things tell us what phase we're at in a bull market, which is a little bit.
Whoa, that drop! What the fuck?
A little bit less tethered to concerns about downside.
Did you long?
Now, is that something that means we're all of a sudden, kind of changing the overall risk reward profile?
Wow, that long. I'm deep red. Holy shit, I'm deep red on that one.
Running into the highest risk type stuff right now.
I need a pump. Holy shit.
Stocks, recent IPOs relative to even the Nasdaq 100.
Why didn't we short with a bot?
ETF basically is
just recent IPOs. It shows you people want stuff that has the ability to move fast, and it doesn't necessarily have to be showing a lot of historical.
I need to get out. That dip
or
really hurt.
The other piece of it is the beneficiaries of all the retail activity have done really well. Robinhood is Exhibit A. Robinhood's market value now is challenging that of CME. CME's earnings are going to be what Robinhood's
Oh shit! I didn't know my pro was on long. Fuck. I'm long at 62 on the pro.
expect people to be acting though after the S&P has
Oh man, that 50 is gonna hit. It hit. 50 just hit. It's wicking fast.
Right, that's what we've seen right now. So I feel like it's expected activity.
Wow.
A lot of people are scolding people about it, and I still think
Maybe that 3 minutes is bad, but we're near the oversold now. Damn. That's a drop.
It feeds on itself until everybody gets indigestion. I mean, I think that's basically
Damn,
the way.
I'm down 500 on my trade day too.
There's a higher
Holy
baseline
shit.
we have to be aware of to this sort of, transaction costs are down. People have been told stay away from the risky stuff, and it hasn't burned them yet. So it's going to feed more in that direction. Societally, we have this kind of rush for low probability, high payout bets all across the economy. And I think that, things like crypto reinforce that. So I do think you have to just expect that's going to be there. Again, it's going to get wrung out in the next big downturn. It happened in 2022, but it's going to come.
Come on, baby. Give me that pump.
That's what I meant. Mike, thanks. As the S&P dips into the red here, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's stick, though, with the record highs we did get this morning and whether the momentum can continue. Our next guest says the rally makes sense.
So the 3-minute bear squeeze is gone after that drop, so that squeeze was correct.
Welcome back. Good to see you. Good to see you, Carl. We do have a couple of year-end targets with a 7 handle. Do you think you might get there?
Look, I think that what we've seen is this.
And my long is not looking good at all.
The price is catching up with policy. People now have faith in the tariff negotiation.
And Q's going red.
And I think that trying to figure out what the top number is everybody can outdo each other trying to figure out what that number is. We've been pretty consistent saying that our target was 66, 6,700. The next phase of this rally could be generated by the Fed lowering interest rates, could be generated by an attention to the infrastructure changes that are going on.
Let's see the next level. It will be 381 if we hit. I don't think we're going to hit 381.
What would prompt the Fed to come in? Well, I think that there is going to be some effect from the tariffs that we've had.
Are you long?
As part of a negotiation strategy, apparently, as part of a successful negotiation strategy, and that should have an impact on the economy.
You should be green if you're long at 50.
To the economy, as you might expect from the tariffs. A lot of the costs have been absorbed by the companies selling the products. And I think that as you see the inflation numbers remain tepid,
Mugo, you should be up a lot if you're long at 450. If you have like 5 NQ long, you'll be banking right now. Go, baby. Keep pumping it. Let's go. I'm out on that one. I'm out on that one. There we go. Go, baby. I'm going to re-long at 42. That was a good long, baby. Let's go. Did you listen, Mugo? I just gave you like $1,000 on that play. Mugo, you fucking listen to me. I gave you all that money. That's a good play. How much you make, Gambit? MNQ, right? That's not bad. I know. That's payout, baby.
Is prices have caught up with the policy of tariffs, and we've seen tariff after tariff negotiations.
Yeah, that's why my long one hit too.
The real opportunity is to
good money.
On the upside, not to worry about the downside. Now that doesn't mean that we don't want to.
No, that's just the eval. My funded hit at 55, so I got out. Yeah. Evals always goes in first just in case I don't miss out. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, move a full port that long, like I told, would have been up a lot, big time up. Yeah, 5NQ, that's up like $1,000 right now. Nobody listen to me, man. Nobody listen to me.
We've seen some speculative trading tracker or stock tracker.
Oh, you went back in along? I'm waiting for a drop, but no, I think your long's good long term. Well, the 3 minutes got a little bit more downside, but I can't tell in the 15 minutes though. It's hard.
We're staying away from those type of high risk assets. We believe that there are certain themes that are there, themes of longevity.
I think the long might be good. Keep going, baby. Keep pumping it. There we go. Pump it. Oh yeah, you up $300 now? Oh, don't touch it anymore, dude. If you're up like 300 or more, you're good for a payout. Don't fuck it up. I don't know, but you're good enough. Go touch an eval or something. Well, get another 150 so you can start working on it. Don't touch that anymore. What do you want? You tell me, what do you want? It doesn't come with evals. Yeah. Oh, you want me to ask? Let me see. I ain't got shit. Yeah, I ain't got shit. So you have to wait till August. I don't think they're gonna give me that because I'm asking for 20 of the 25K. So I don't think. Hey, well, you're being greedy.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and...
Oh, I got out of my long on my 150K. I need to go back in. Let me do 3NQ.
Order submitted.
Let's go. 3NQ this time. Yeah. I know. I'm waiting for them to give me the 20 of the 25K. I can't ask for it. It won't start till August.
We've been connecting the thinking person with the work. First on the great rivers, then on all 5 oceans, now on all 7 continents. We are one Viking.
Tick, dude. What's this? I can't log into my APAC again. This error, and when I log in. Yeah, you need a code. You need a Google Authenticator code. Yeah.
Don't sell and lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
At Fox, furniture heroes like Jackie from Finance keep costs low, so you can get our Consumer Reports recommended treasure mattress,
feature-packed Athens Power Sofa,
and real marble elm dining set at our everyday low prices.
Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking.
Damn, I got out my long too quick.
To transform.
Yeah, I'm gonna go one back in.
Industry.
I got one. I got in. I'm gonna get out 500. One in Q.
New World Ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Plus, the
Order
new
submitted.
platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere.
Yeah, I'm doing a 150. I'm trying to pass, so I just gotta go aggressive. Our average down and we drop more.
Figma, the company saying in its amended S1 filing it now expects the price of its IPO to be between 30 and
Yeah, the 3 minutes curving back close to the bottom, so it might go back up in a little bit. I need another drop though, second long.
Figma is expected to make its public debut later this week. The company
Keep being greedy to just get an eval.
stock exchange under the ticker symbol FIG, but just again the latest indication.
That's true.
That the IPO market seems to be
Try
usually when you raise the range, Carl, you probably
at least get it for the end of the month though, because that 40% is a good deal. I'm for sure I can get the 20 free one, but it's 25K. It's not your liking. Yeah, you want the big fat one. If you wait to like mid-month, I might be able to ask for that, but as of now, it's not. It's gonna be a no. So you probably just buy one. Just buy one, see how you do. But don't forget the trade day. Trade is actually a better deal because you can get 50K in a day for $99. It's in a day. So that's a good deal. That's how Jay-Z got the payout. Yeah. I'm still up. And I'm out. Slowly. I'm gonna go on 2 if it goes back to 80. I gotta be more aggressive. Yeah. I'm up 1600 on a 150, but that's only at 50,300. 150, 300. I need 9,000. So I need 4,500 today and 4,500 tomorrow, and then I can try to pass. Yeah. Look at it. It's on the screen.
Former CEA Chair Jared Bernstein is coming up next ahead of a big rate decision from the Fed and some key economic
Surprising that the flush just earlier didn't blow anybody up. I don't see people complaining about it. Short. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah, I almost blew that TPT last week.
Order submitted.
I'm too long now. Let's get this money. No, you need to not touch your funding, dude, and get something else to play.
See how we can cut your bill. If you're over 50, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. Call Consumer Selling. Thinking about retirement? Would you like to have retirement income that
Order
you can
canceled.
Let me try long at 66 on my pro.
Call this number to get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers. This book is filled with valuable information, uncovering little-known secrets to help you maximize your income in retirement. And it's free. Retirement income you can count on starts by calling for this free book. As a bonus,
Yeah.
we'll also rush
I'm just doing one MNQ. I'm not trying to get caught.
Research numerous products and summarize the rates and benefits of annuities from foremost insurance companies like Nassau Life and Annuity. Call for both these free books, Annuity National, Retirement Income You Can Count on for the rest of your life. Call now.
For your free books, call 800-851-4545. That's 800-851-4545.
Oh, dude, just stop touching it. You got a payout. Stop being greedy, dude. That's how you blew the 25K last time. Anything over 200 is a good payout, dude. That's $200 per day. That's more than what you make working at Apple. Come on. Yeah, but you only got one funded. That's why. If you had like 2 or 3, you got a lot more.
Senior living community.
I'll get you the tick next month. You like that straight to funding.
Order filled.
I think it's got out more long. Go back in.
Order submitted.
Maybe dip again.
Mainstream brands. SUVs with 0% APR for 60 months.
Oh, let me DM you something. Can't say it on YouTube.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue.
I don't know.
Good things come to those who wait. But with Factor, that wait is only 2 minutes. Yeah, just 2 minutes to sink your teeth into a mouth-watering meal. So take the guesswork out of eating well all day long. Factor, delicious options delivered fresh.
We are getting set to close out the month with a slew.
Okay, maybe one more drop. Please, one more drop. 420. I can see 420. If we hit 420, I'm gonna long for sure. Yeah, Andrew saying that he has a level at 420 on YouTube.
We could go about 10 different directions, but the one I wanted to get you on first was something that I think a lot of people are watching. And
Yeah. I think people are blowing up on trade day though, so get some firms are blowing up. Yeah, that was a good long though. Did Mugo even long? Fucking Mugo. I know. Gave freaking.
Negative 2/10. Let's call that 0.
I know. Gave you 25 points, Mugo. What the fuck?
Fueling this expansion the whole way along. When I was in the Biden administration, these were the numbers we scrutinized most carefully. And the combination of strong labor market, declining inflation, rising real pay was helping to fuel the American consumer, and that's 70% of our GDP. Now that flatness could be an artifact of consumers front-loading
450.
trying to front-load the tariffs.
Not really. Maybe. Yeah, dropped to 4. Yeah, 37. Dropped to 37.
We're getting an official update on Wednesday from the Treasury on how it plans to finance the nation's debt. There was a piece in the Wall Street Journal today talking about how Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent plans to manage this, essentially waiting for rates to fall before issuing longer-term bonds. Do you think that's a smart plan, or
Dude, we're doing good this month, dude. Let's do another one August. Gonna kill it.
Issuance of debt in the bond market. But putting that aside, I think that's really kind of a relatively small detail. The much bigger picture here is that this team has a tremendous financing job to do to borrow enough to finance the federal debt, which of course their budget bill has really very significantly increased. I don't think anyone would debate that assertion. You can hear some people say that the measures will pay for themselves. I think that's just completely unfounded. So the challenge we have here is to raise that much revenue that they need without pushing without creating upward pressure on interest rates. For every point, this is a rule of thumb that's actually pretty reliable. For every point the debt to GDP ratio goes up, that tends to add about 2 basis points to the interest rate. That's the kind of pressure I'd be worried about if I were in Bessent's shoes right now.
Right. One conversation we had last hour with Rashir Sharma was this idea that some of the issues related to our deficit have been mitigated by AI and the productivity and growth related to that sector. How much stock do you put into that argument, and do you think that that will continue against the trajectory of spending and tax cuts that we're expecting here from Washington.
Hope for the best, plan for the worst. To me, that's precisely the right way to think about this AI savior. I've heard numerous people with the same position you have say,
Okay.
don't worry,
Drop
AI
it, baby.
will swoop in, generate enough productivity growth to help offset some of the pressures we face. Possible, but unknown. Historically, technological changes have not had anywhere near the kind of dramatic productivity enhancing effects.
Oh no, don't tell me Doc fucked up again.
Make an argument that AI is a different kind of beast. And
Did he? Oh, okay.
But when it comes
Okay.
to budgeting, the idea that you cross your fingers and hope that something comes in and saves the day, that actually seems to me pretty reckless right now.
On a more tactical note on play, Jared, we've got 6 weeks in a row of declining initial jobless claims. 217, I think, is the last print. There's a wide range of estimates for Jobs Friday, but does it make any sense to look for a
Oh, there's my long. Get out at 92.
It does, and the reason is if you're talking about initial claims, and that's the flow onto or off of insurance, the continuing claims or the stock of claims has not been nearly as flattering. And what that means is that companies aren't laying people off. That's really good news. That's probably the best news about the labor market. You really can't have much of a recession without layoffs. And so
Pump it, baby.
It's been nice to see that. At the same time, the rate of hiring has decelerated considerably. Companies are sitting on their hands as they watch all the chaos and uncertainty unfold, particularly around the trade war. And that means that continuing claims, the stock of people on UI has been climbing up. And I think that's partially responsible for the slowing of payroll job gains. The expectation
I just got out. I logged at 80 earlier. Going back in.
Maybe too slow, maybe kind of below its break-even rate to prevent unemployment from rising.
Right. I'd love to get you on CapEx because last week was full of conversations about the hyperscalers raising their CapEx forecasts at companies like Alphabet. We'll see with Meta and Apple and everybody else. Not so much Apple, but Meta certainly this week. But some of the Fed surveys, Jared, continue to roll in with weak forward CapEx expectations out of Richmond Fed and Kansas City Fed. And in some cases, they're cycle lows, and we can't get our arms around that.
Well, I pay a lot of attention to those surveys. They've actually had a pretty good track record. A lot of times those folks are literally going out into the field and asking businesses, what are your plans? I think the ISM surveys similarly have shown some caution there. Look, we know that the Big Seven and some of the adjacent tech firms are spending real money on CapEx for data centers.
Waiting for the dump.
To beef up for the AI, those kinds of investments. But that's not the whole economy by a long shot. And if you look at the overall investment picture, I do think it's a little bit restrained. And again, I would probably go back to the fact that the trade war has led lots of business to say, let me see where this sells before I write the next check. Whether it's hiring someone, exactly the conversation we were just having about lower hiring rates, or whether it's building that new warehouse versus that new data center. So I share that concern.
Well, it is going to be like drinking out of a fire hose, as you say, over the next 4 or 5 sessions, Jared. Look forward to checking with you again soon. Good to see you.
You as well. Thank you.
Jared Bernstein.
After the break, new iPhone sales data out of China, how Apple is trying to win back customers in the country ahead of earnings this week. Don't go away.
Trading Swap is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
The price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Nice, $500 paycheck. There you go. You gonna log off now? get the trade day $59 one. It's intraday, but you can start working on it since the 7 days passed.
With all the locations.
Yeah, you want me to link you?
Boxes sent to all the shops. Custom
Okay.
Made makes it so easy.
Let me
Get
find
started
it.
today at
Yeah.
custommade.com.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like
But
things
damn, dude, you making like $300 to $500 a day for the last 2 to 3 weeks? That's good money.
even before I do.
Are you close to going live on that 150K? I think, what is it, 10,000? No, it's per account. So the one you blew is just resets now. Okay, so you're good.
Shoes.com to obtain it and read carefully before investing. Restricted by voice and fund services.
Is it your dream of retirement? How about this week deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style?
Whoa, why am I don't want to short at 490. Almost shorted.
That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. Our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz. Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Apple just won a core Max 7 name set to report this week and some new
435 on this long you could hit. I think we're gonna hit 435.
Yeah, some good data. According to the computer on Thursday, China though is still a sore spot for Apple as it loses market share to its big rival out there, Huawei. But some good news in this report. iPhone sales are growing again, and that's thanks to government subsidies, trade-in deals, and some other discounts from retailers. Now, these latest figures for the second quarter come from the research from Catalyst. They say Huawei sold more than 12 million phones in the second quarter. Apple sold a bit more than 10 million. Now, Apple has a long way to go in China coming out of the COVID pandemic. It's been steadily losing market share to Huawei. Even with that 4% growth in the last quarter in iPhone shipments, though, China's business is well off its highs. But sales declines weren't as bad quarter over quarter in Apple's last earnings report. So there's a signal that things could start to be bottoming out there. This wasn't a sudden surge in demand, though. China's subsidy program covers some iPhone models, which helped spur growth. And China's government started those subsidies at the end of last year and a bit into this year to help juice consumer spending overall. That also benefits Huawei and a bunch of other name brands out there too. Plus, Chinese retailers discounted devices for that big 618 shopping holiday from the retailer JD.com. It's kind of like their version of Amazon Prime Day, so lots of discounts in May and June. Now, the challenges for Apple out in China, it has not been able to launch Apple Intelligence in China yet. Financial Times reported that China is delaying that decision because of President Trump's trade war. That was supposed to happen in the spring, but China's government still hasn't approved it. In the meantime, Chinese brands have AI in their devices, and Apple's most expensive phones are not eligible for those government subsidies. So over the next year, here's what to watch for. New designs are expected that could entice some of these Chinese customers. That includes the super thin iPhone model we're expecting to launch this fall, and then that foldable phone next year, guys.
Steve, do we know how long those subsidies are expected to last? And also just the brand equity in China right now with the U.S. and China undergoing trade talks. And, is there any kind of sentiment shifts away from American brands as they undergo kind of the reworking of the trade relationship?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much longer this subsidy program is going on, but as far as the brand equity that you're talking about, this is not a new story with Apple and China. This has been going on for the last 2 or 3 years since Huawei again started making phones again. Has it exacerbated amid the trade war? Maybe a little bit. Our Eunice
Give me one more dump. Please, one more dump.
There's this kind of back and forth between iPhone owners in China going over to Huawei and trying to entice them back. So I would really watch out to see what that subsidy picture, though, Leslie, looks like when the next crop of iPhones come out in the fall, and if Apple can benefit from that. But keep in mind, it's not for those most expensive Pro phones. That's where Apple makes most of its money. It's for the lower tier models that get those subsidies, Leslie.
True. ASPs are important, Steve. We'll see what we get soon. Steve,
Almost lunchtime. Chop now.
Ema Jabbers this morning, who is in Stockholm with the latest out of those ongoing U.S.-China trade talks. Morning against Eamon.
Yeah, Carl, that's right. We are now getting our first exclusive look inside the negotiating room.
You need to log off, fucker.
Picture from the Treasury just a short time ago. No independent media allowed in the room.
Yeah, go take.
In this picture, you can see.
Go take the little niece to the jump house.
See Jameson Greer, obviously Treasury Secretary Scott Bennett, Bessent in the room there. Also on the right-hand side, you see that Chinese delegation.
Tell her no. It's like, you fucking kid, you go where I take you. Shit costs money. Fuck them kids. You see that the thing I sent you on Instagram? Fuck them kids. Waste some money buying a membership.
Yet that they're anywhere near done for the day, so we're gonna monitor that and get back to it. But in the meantime, we can at least take a peek inside the room, courtesy of.
Okay, don't like the in-laws.
And at least we know they're going to be well hydrated.
At least you're a good uncle.
Thank you. That's right. Ema Jabbers, the financial name Bank of America.
It's funny, my nephew will come watch me trade and say, "Uncle, you make enough money to take me out to eat?"
Designing them to remain strong, preparing them to weather the ups and downs of the market. That's what sets our activity. Different. I stand by these promises.
As a fiduciary, I promise to be the financial steward that you and your family need.
I promise to put your long-term financial well-being above any short-term transaction.
Everyone has a big picture. My job is to help you invest in yours.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
I didn't know. I have a 480 too long.
Smarter threats needed smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop.
Oh, well, I guess I'll get my $50 payout only. Unless we get something good for Power Hour. Oh, I need to cut my stream. Alright, I'm gonna cut this stream out. See you guys tomorrow. We do some Bonox giveaway tomorrow, okay? Hopefully. If they give me